Hello everyone, welcome on in. Welcome back for some more Chaos Child. We are en route to our last two character routes because I accidentally took Kudusu's route second. That aside, it'll be interesting to see how these two characters are intermingled because you only have Uki and Serika left. So I am very curious as to what will happen there, especially now that I have reviewed how to get onto this route, and that is negative delusions up until one certain point. So, let me see if I can maybe possibly chase it by going to a chapter 5 load. Because I know initially we just did all negative, but I do remember being able to go back to these. Honestly, let's play it safe and just go new game and do all negatives just to be 100% sure we're on track. Plus then I can yap at you guys some more. But yeah, no, this will be interesting. Definitely curious to see why it's Uki and Serika split route, and considering how their delusions work for those two, I imagine in no way that will spare our feelings. There's also a lot of bad ends we can get between these two routes as well. But those don't start until after we're set on the route, which makes sense. One of them, to get for one of the characters, you gotta do positive for all route delusions, so that'll be also interesting to see. Like, who that is. Because the other one is, you know, not all positive. But then after we're done with these two characters, we'll also be en route for getting the true one right after, which is so weird. Because we've been at this for a hot minute, you know? I guess I could have just started in chapter 1. Oh well. Live and learn. It probably would have been fine if I just went to the chapter 5 load, but I really don't know, man. Negative delusion, baby. And we just gotta skip through it all because we already did all the negative delusions. Isn't that fun? I guess even if we needed positive, yeah, we would only need to do more reading if we had to do neutral delusions, but... It's actually interesting, because I remember having to do pretty much all the neutral delusions for Chaos Head, so... But we're here for all negatives now, baby. At least until chapter 5. Hopefully I'll know which delusion is talking about. I think there might be only one. I'm pretty sure I know which one it is, honestly. But, you know. I mean, now that I think about it, given that, like, the divergence for Kurisu wasn't until, like, pretty much the very end, makes more sense why it was supposed to be done, like, right before the true ending. But, you know. I think we're still in chapter 2, so it's gonna be a hot minute until we get to chapter 5. How's everyone's day been, by the way? I don't think I asked yet. I hope y'all have been well. Kind of impressive first hasn't been yoinked yet, but you know. Maybe peeps are busy. Oh shoot, right. Map triggers. I'm responsible for those. When it comes to time to picking. It's fine. I've done this enough before. Surely I'll remember, right? We'll see. I should got some gum. Helps with the mouth bored feeling, you know? I wonder how long Anonymous Code is, now that I think about it, because it's their next game that we'll be doing after we do the Cultic 9 watch party. Anonymous Code. Oh. Huh. Let me look at the longer. Okay, all playstyles leisure. The longest is actually not even completionist for recorded. But either way, 25-ish hours for Anonymous Code. That's surprisingly short. Huh. That's actually weird. Well, that'll be really weird. Good to know it's on the short side, because, like, let me see how long to beat says Chaos Child is. Yeah, so 53 hours to completion is for Chaos Child, which we've done way more than that. So even assuming that, like, it would be safe to double how long to beat says Anonymous Code is, that's still fairly short. Like, at least definitely shorter than this one by a long shot. Let me see what I said about robotics notes, actually. Yeah, okay, so Anonymous Code will be similar in length to Dash, because completionist reportings for robotics notes Dash is 27 hours. How does that compare to our Steins Gate games? Oh, okay. So it'll also be shorter than linear bounded phenogram, which is interesting. It's also shorter than Steins Gate My Darling's Embrace. Okay. That's weird. Not in the world weird, but weird. Good to know, I guess, that Anonymous Code will definitely be the shortest one of the science adventure games that we've played. Damn, I guess we actually might be done then before the new Steins game comes out too, now that I'm thinking about it. We can easily do, like, My Darling's Embrace or, Steins Gate Elite while waiting for that. Like, I'm definitely inclined to do one of those. What's the prompt? Picture of the body for Don't Look. Group dive. Hi Peachy, thank you for the daily offering. You haven't missed much, we're currently speeding through. Audio bleed. Duh, I should have known that. Ringo Burr. Thank you for your contribution to the challenge as well. Man-child, right. My brain keeps wanting to think that Crucifix was the second one because it was the first, like, case that we saw in Chaos Head, but no, we just started, like, in the middle of all of that. Your Don't Look, okay. Okay, Crucifix. Thank you for your contribution to the challenge as well, Owen. Yippee. The Ice Bucket Challenge? No, thank you. I guess I never learned why Hinae was with that guy at the hotel, like the Love Hotel specifically. Like, we got to know, like, why they knew each other, but not why they meted there, of all places. Or I guess met is the past tense. I'm good at English. Sometimes. I keep forgetting to add lurker friendly tag to my streams. I guess I could do that now while that's doing its thing. Lurker friendly. Because I'm friendly to lurkers. At least I like to think I am. Needed. I mean... I love when zoom into the sumo sticker. This is so much fun. Thank you. Man. We're only in chapter 2 now. So, a small part of me wish it could, like, skip through faster, but, like, that's honestly not reasonable. Because it's already going through pretty fast. Oh boy, taken from the outside of Love Hotel room. Long distance shot of sumo sticker, don't look case. Audio bleed. This one? Long range photo of that. This one? Long range sumo sticker for Revolving Dead. I'm so good at this. I don't really have much to yap about. I wish I did, because this would be like a good opportunity for yapping. Oh yeah, I say that, and then I forgot what I was trying to say. I'm doing great. Right, yeah, okay. So I decided what I'll be doing after I finish the Neptunia games. I will in fact be starting Yakuza 0 after, and then Yakuza Kiwami 1 and 2 after that. I might end up doing, Persona on Sundays, because it was between Persona 4 Golden and Yakuza 0 for after Nep. Because I figured it would be a good idea to just keep Yakuza as the option, just because the tone is similar, and I might as well keep with something having a somewhat lighthearted tone with my game slots, you know? Besides Ace Attorney. Because Ace Attorney is before the horrors. We family drama being speedran. Is it speedran or speedrun? Or no, speedrun is just the normal word, so speedran is past tense. Don't mind me. Thanks. Trying to figure out what quick load space this just ended up in. Okay, I'll just do a quick save and find out that way. Maybe. They're not. Have a good lurk, Peachy. Thank you for the head pats, y'all. Okay, no, this is still chapter 2. Okay, got it. Yeah, it's negative for all delusions except for the delusion that follows after leaving the hospital in chapter 5, so... Man, is the time seeing in the game just speed through like this? Chapter 3, let's go. believe we're almost at chapter 4 now, so soon chapter 5. There is chapter 4. Soon chapter 5. It means they had special powers. Wow. Is this chapter 4 still? I think it is. But after leaving the hospital. Okay, now we're officially chapter 5. Cool. So, things get changed after they're leaving. Which I think is the next delusion anyway, because I don't remember there being any delusion choices between this, the last one, and now, so... Delusions, yes. Delusion choices, no. You know. Wait, who got first? It's saying it's out of stock. I do not see the first redeem, huh? But it's saying it's out of stock? I am very confusion. Hang on. I will crack the case. Squints. How is first out of stock? Huh? Yeah, no one's claimed first since yesterday. What? Okay, no, it was just for whatever reason saying it was claimed on my iPad. Okay. I'll refresh my iPad page. Yeah, okay. It was just my iPad being silly. Did I fuck up? I think I fucked up. Why is my iPad playing my stupid thing? Huh? Shut up. Stupid ass. Anyways. I believe I messed up out of being inattentive. Yeah. Delusion that follows after leaving the hospital, which I believe is this one. I'm stupid. Oh, because that's the Uki versus Serika. Is that why this is necessary for the two routes? Stupid if true, but understandable at the same time, I guess. Hopefully it doesn't pull a no-no. If I get to another delusion, I know that it didn't count for whatever reason. Like another delusion we've been to before, I guess, for clarification. Yeah, okay. I think... not what I wanted. Let's go back here again, and hopefully it'll actually do what I want it to. Instead of being stupid. Oh, actually, now that I think about it, I should... No. Never mind. This is the first illusion after. Properly on the route. What if I allegedly start a new game, but then load?
彼女の言ってる。
If this still doesn't get us on the run, I'm looking something up because this is ridiculous. Okay, gotcha. The route doesn't begin until the end of chapter 8. Gotcha. Hopefully by going back the times that I did to fix it, I won't be locked into a different route. Like what happened with Kudusu's route, because that was fucked up, but... we won't know until the end of chapter 8. Twin Skull Bloke, how's it going? You haven't missed anything yet. You just finished writing what you thought was the meaning of a really heavy poem, so you're already pretty emotionally banged up, so Chaos Show will be fun. Oh boy. Something that I did realize, since we already got to the one that we had to have the positive delusion for to get on the route. So the positive delusion was the like Uki versus Serika delusion in Mio's house with like the stupid like wind weasel. Wind weasel. Yeah, Uki was the wind weasel. It was so long ago, I don't blame you if you don't remember, but... You do not? Well, skill issue. We'll find out soon if we're actually on the routes or if the game is stupid. Because I may have accidentally not initially did the positive illusion where we needed to for the routes at first. But I went back multiple times to get the positive illusion this time. So hopefully... If not, I'm gonna have to look up a solution to that because, yeah, I did look up how long Anonymous Code is, and it seems to be the shortest science adventure game, so... Which is kind of funny because I'm pretty sure this is the longest one. Yeah, okay. That answers that. We're not on the routes for I don't know why. Interesting. The flag system is set up such that you have several opportunities to raise flags before a final delusion that will lock you into a route. If the number of flags you raise by then exceeds a certain threshold, regardless of which specific delusions you chose, and you make the right choice on the final trigger, you enter the route and can't switch out of it by raising other flags. So while there aren't triggers where one option is absolutely required to enter one ending and the other is absolutely required to enter another, your choice on the final triggers for each route can possibly lock you out of another route if you've raised enough flags. There's also at least one trigger where the positive and negative options are flags for different heroines, but neither are mandatory. So I'm just locked in this route because I accidentally didn't get the final flag raised, which is stupid. Because, like, how do I then get unlocked out of a route? The annoying thing is we wasted an hour just skipping through. That's the thing that bothers me about this. It seems like the only way for me to get out of it is by doing new game all the way through again. I wonder if maybe I can get away with just new game into the first choice and then skip to chapter 5, because like this is annoying as shit. Like, I should be able to go back, fix the last thing, and that be what's gone through, right? Like, I'm not crazy for thinking that, right? Because it'd be one thing if I didn't notice and didn't go back, but I noticed and went back. Like, that's how most games work. Thank you guys for affirming that I'm not the delusional one for thinking what I think here. Because, like, I've been able to go back to start other routes. Like, I did just do that blatantly, so, like, why wouldn't I be able to do that for the one that I got locked into, you know? Okay, now that I started that, maybe I can go back. Do a cute little load. The only thing is, I won't know until we get all the way back to chapter 8. Like, I guess in theory, I could just load to chapter 8, or load to chapter 7, wait till approaching chapter 8 and find out that way, but I feel like I might have to get the negative delusions on the way first, for sure. I don't know. I just genuinely hope that doing the new game does it and I don't have to get the stupid accidental ending I got locked into first, because that's also stupid. Like, that's stupider than having to just go new game, you know? Because I feel like new game should reset it. Though I guess I did just load into it, so I didn't have to do a whole hour of skipping through again. In theory, anyway. Like, I already figured we probably weren't gonna get a full ending tonight anyway, but like, now it's guaranteed with how long skipping is taking. I do have a crazy idea if it does end up going on to chapter 8 instead of, you know, the route we intended to be on. We'll find out soon-ish. Right. At least at this point I have these map triggers memorized. mean, I guess now that I think about it, all the positive illusions we did in Caduceus route after the one that we didn't positive delusion were pointless because we were locked into her route. That's a reassuring thought. Meow. Hello, cat. Can you make this game behave? No? Okay. Meow. Meow. Any changes yet in the route? Hmm? You want to start being different now instead of going right into chapter 8? Yeah? A little bit of difference as a treat? No? Yep, that's seeming like a no. That's lovely. Okay, well, I do have an idea. Treat. Okay, Oh, let's look at the quick word list first. Okay, what oldest we have are those. I don't think. Yeah, no. Okay. Yes, perfect. We have a chapter 11 load. We could skip through chapter 11 instead of all the way from chapter 8 till the very end. Thank me later. Because it seems like we do in fact have to get the ending first. But hopefully that means from here we can then load into chapter 5 and then do what we need to. Man, this is going to be a fun thing to speed through. I guess not that Chaos Child in general is necessarily the most fun to speed through, but like this part in particular is going to be oof. At least the music is cool. I love when good music. Wow, this part is going really fast. Like the text in particular on the center screen looked like it was going really fast. Yeah, because there was like nothing about the text changing. That's why it seemed faster than normal. And the cat's meowing. Yippee. Phantasm song. Get his ass. Cat goes meow meow meow. Meow. There's food in his food bowl. I know the water fountain's still fine, so... Maybe he's just being needy, which is a mood. And so... I beat this goddamn game. Good for you, Takaru. We're still working on it. Hey, did it come true? Blah 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 blah. Okay, hopefully now that we've re-gotten the end that we got locked into, we can just go ahead and load. Quick load. Small part of me wants to take this and then just skip to chapter 8 or chapter 7. But I'll be patient. Because I think for sure we should be not locked into the other route. It's just, I don't know if we locked into the other one. Yeah, being the impatient sort. Let's see. Meow. Staring at the game. Squinting at the game. Okay, and we're still stuck on the stupid thing. Cool. Okay, I guess I will have to do New Game Plus after re-getting the bad end again. Well, not the bad end, the stupid Oversky end. Good to know, that was a waste of time. Yippee. Don't know what made it stuck, though. Or maybe... Go back to the quick save that was right after. Like a bone maniac.
Oi, あれじゃね?
Maybe this time it's because I didn't pick the thingies. Okay. So annoying. Okay, there weren't any quick saves between the load after chapter 11. Good to know. This is so stupid. Like, it's a visual novel. This shit shouldn't happen, man. Like, on one hand, it's my fault, sure, because I was inattentive, but, like, there shouldn't be this mad of a fucking consequence for being inattentive for one choice, you know? Especially since I did go load back. Like, this is stupid. At this point, I don't know if I'll have the energy to even bother with the new stuff after we finally get to it. Yeah, this is pretty BS. Like, imagine trying to get the endings without a guide, even if you're aware of this quirk with how the flags work. That sounds like a best a pain in the neck. Yeah. Like, if I wasn't so invested in the overall series, so, like, not even just this game alone, I'm not sure if I would bother. But I'm really invested in this overall series. Like, I know it'll be worth it, but right now it's not feeling worth it, you know? Yeah, I've spent like over an hour just trying to get on the correct routes. This is stupid at best. But hey, at least anyone that isn't here isn't missing anything. That's the only silver lining I can come up with, though. If I knew it was gonna be like this, I would have done this off stream. But I didn't. There was no way I could have known this was what would happen. You're gonna joke earlier about this bug. I hope it's so focused on variety. Being intentionally left in so that the game isn't absolutely perfect, but like, as much as we've been enjoying Chaos Child, it's nowhere near close to perfect even without this whole spiel. Yeah, that's fair. And so I beat this goddamn game. Shut the fuck up. I don't think it's necessarily a bug, though. It's just a flaw in the system that they created to lock someone into the route. Because I can understand locking someone into a route in general, just like generally speaking. But you should be able to, you know, reverse that lock by going back to change that decision. Or hell, when I just loaded into it, I shouldn't have to start over again, because that's what happened this time. I loaded into the decision instead of starting it from the very beginning. Shut up. Okay, back to new game. No being impatient allowed, I guess. Well, nice to know I can just click through the videos. Though I have to hit skip again after. Man. It almost makes me wish I was like super hungry right now, because then I just like, I'll just eat food while I wait for this to go through, but I'm not hungry. In fact, I'm actually feeling quite full. Like, I could probably snack on something, but like, at this point I think it's because my mouth is bored more than anything. Which is making me wish I had gum, because I have mints, but I don't have gum, so that doesn't really get the chewing need out of the way. Third mint, because, yeah. Bleh. Like, I don't want this series to end, but I also didn't want to be extended like this either, you know? Gotta make sure I'm actually being attentive when we get to the fucking chapter 5. To be annoying as the fuck to get stuck in it again. What did I title this? Getting the new character out. No joke's on us, actually. Just stuck trying to get onto the route instead. How much time is left on Marvel's timer? If I type out of the game to check, you guys will see that I tapped out of the game. Bleh. Don't look. Yeah, group dive. I've done this so many times. Audio bleed. Man-child. Man, I've done it so much. This one. Revolving Dead. One could say that you've played these games before, so true. Crucifixion. Nope, we don't need to see that again. We're still so early in the game again. Like, I think we're still in chapter 2. I could be doing literally anything else. No, we don't need to see this again. Ugh. No, we really don't need to see this video again. Not you either. Oh, that was still chapter 1. Now we're in chapter 2. Worse. Worse for my trying to get to where we want to be thing, anyways. Not necessarily bad that chapter 1 is that long, even being skipped through. No, we really don't need the zoom up. Yeah. Well, those guys, I'll go grab a little plus pick, I guess. I'll be back. Oh, look at that. I missed nothing. gonna keep sighing, but goddamn. And we're still in chapter 2. On to chapter 3, yippee. Sorry for not yapping much, but I don't really have anything to say at this point. I'm just kind of over this. On to chapter 4. Slowly but surely getting there. Okay, into the chapter. Now we gotta wait till we're in Kunosato-san's room. Which I think is the only delusion in this chapter. Any, like, decidable delusion, anyway. Okay. Positive delusion here. Screams. And then we wait till chapter 8, almost. We... Finally, chapter 7. We... Soon enough, we'll find out if we're actually on the routes, which we better fucking be. Oh yeah, I added more things to the tea redeems, but I don't think anyone's redeemed tea today. And actually, maybe Peach did. What are you doing, subbing to me instead of Marvel? Come on now. Yeah, that wasn't supposed to happen. Something was supposed to change before the title card. So, what? Yeah, before... End of... Oh, end of chapter 8. Before route title. Am I stupid? I am stupid. So until the end of chapter 8, before the next chapter title card. It's fine. I'm still convinced that for like the first times, we were definitely still locked on the other route that we just skipped to the end too. But for the time before this, we actually might have been fine if I just realized it was end of chapter 8, not the title card before chapter 8. I'm a dumbass loser, it's fine. Awesome, Yui's dead. Oh! Here's where things change. Awesome. And that's why I didn't notice the tiny girl behind me, staying there and shaking. If I had, I might have been able to stop her, oh dear. But... The tiny little girl tried to run between me and Ito, splashing blood everywhere as she ran through the puddles on the ground. She was holding a sword that was far too big for her. The girl, Yamazoe Yuki, tried to use her D-sword to slice Ito in half. No, Yamazoe! I didn't know whether she'd lost control of herself after seeing Yui, or if she was trying to protect me. Why not both? But I still believed in my best friend. Ito wouldn't betray me. He wouldn't do this. This had to be some kind of mistake. So... Something with metallic taste rose up in my throat, which was still burning from the stomach acid when I thrown up a moment ago. The metallic taste filled my mouth, and when I tried to spit it out, I sprayed a shower of red vomit everywhere. No. No. No! I thought I could hear Yamazoe screaming, but her voice seemed far away, as if my ears were plugged up. It was like echoing... It was like it was echoing from another dimension. And then I realized I was lying face down in a pool of my own blood. Huh. When did I fall over? Hell yeah, let's go. Let's go ahead and do a cute little save. You guys ready for our first bad ending of the night? I hope you're ready for our first bad ending of the night. Let me quadruple check, but I'm pretty sure we need to do a negative reaction here for the bad ending. Which makes sense. Yep. Man, it hurts. There's so much blood in my mouth. I can't breathe. I tried to get up and breathe, but my body wasn't moving. Please, Yamazoe, help me get up. I can't breathe. I'm pretty sure we've had bad endings be prompted by a positive delusion in the past. Maybe not in Chaos Child, but in Chaos Head for sure. But given the context of these delusions, it would be weird if the positive delusion here would give the bad ending. Don't die, Miyashiro-san! Miyashiro-san! You just have to help me get up. And then I can breathe. Absolute guttural sounds. Die. Okay, he has no laughter. Die! You're gonna die too! Die! 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 Okay. You tell... Stop it. I tried to scream, but my mouth was no longer capable of forming words. The only sound I made was the sound of blood gurgling out of my mouth. Yamazoe's screams then stopped, and I felt something land on top of my body. Yeah. There you go, that's our first bad end. That shouldn't have been funny, but it was. It was just so abrupt, I guess. Like, it makes sense. Honestly, underwhelming. Yeah, makes sense. But naturally, we gotta have, the not die delusion in order to, you know, carry on with the routes. Oh, hi, Serika. Hang in there. Open your eyes, please. Don't leave me. Everything started to fade away. And then for a moment, it all came back. I could see Kurisu and Serika holding me. Yamazoe was clinging to me too, and crying like a little girl. Not that the bad endings have generally spun off into especially meaty sections, but still true. Everyone's crying for me. In all honesty, I was terrified of dying, but at least I wouldn't die a sad, lonely death. My friends and family were all crying for me. I'd always felt so sorry for myself that I never realized how blessed I truly was. Thank you, everyone. And then everything went black. The moment where I would finally cross the boundary between life and death was approaching. Butterfly, an unconscious erosion of self-indulgent kindness. Hey, Taku. Earth to Taku. If you fall asleep here, you'll catch a cold. Big bro, wake up. Wait, that was Yui. Huh? The first things I saw when I opened my eyes were the grain of the wooden table, and my drool spilling all over it. I raised my head and looked around. Everyone was looking at me as I sat spaced out in a chair on the dining room table. Wait, Yui. I leaped up, grabbed Yui by her tiny little shoulders, and shook her. I actually succeeded in touching her body, and it was warm. She wasn't a ghost.
Yui,
how are you alive? Stop hip hip bro. Hey, Taku. Stop it. What's gotten into you? What? Yui was killed. So true, everyone, so true. I'm alive. Look. But Ito killed you with a knife. What? You think I'm the killer? Ito glared at me, clearly annoyed. Give me a break. Even if you were half asleep, it's not funny. Sleep? Her little palate. I let go of Yui's shoulders and took another look at my little sister. There were no cuts on her pure white skin, and there was no blood on her clothes. Was that just a dream? Of course it was. Why would someone kill me? Yeah, Sarika. But it was so real. I can still smell the blood and cuts. I can still remember the pain I felt when I was cut by that D-sword. I closed my eyes tight and ran my fingers along my temples. And then I opened my eyes again, slowly. Everything was fine. That nightmare was nowhere to be seen. Phew. I leaned back into the chair. That's right. There's no way Ito would ever kill Yui. For a moment, the name Minami-Sawa Senri flashed through my mind, but I quickly shook my head to drive it away. The idea that Ito knew Senri and was after revenge was just a delusion. There was no reason to believe that it was real. Jeez, you scared me. Everyone else has been so tense, but you fell asleep. You were napping while everyone else was awake. But was I? Sorry. You're tired after everything that's happened. That's probably why you had that weird dream. I want Dad to take a look at you. No, I am fine. I'm okay now. I realized that there was a thick sheen of sweat on my forehead and wiped it away with my sleeve. Anyway, what time is it? The murderer... Ito shrugged and shook his head. It's way past midnight. Nothing happened. Nothing? I looked at the clock and saw that it was a new day. Yeah, this proves it. The case is over. But on the phone, Shinjo-san said... That's right, he said there was a murder on the 23rd too. Which means that the return of the new Gen Madness isn't over yet. Shinjo-san called? What? What are you talking about? Everyone seemed surprised. I took the smartphone out of my pocket, and I checked the call history. It's gone. Shinjo-san didn't call me? But was that phone call just a dream too? I sighed again and sat back in the chair. All the strength drained from my body. And I see. So the return of the new Gen Madness really is over. Hey, Taku, you really doing alright? Maybe you really should have your dad take a look at you. I'm fine. Kurisu is right. I'm just tired. Hey, your face is way too close to me. I could tell she was worried, but Sarika's face was way too close to me, so I pushed it away. And that's when I realized. Where's Yamazoe? I couldn't see her anywhere. I remembered how her face had been twisted with despair when she'd attacked Ito in my dream. Even if I knew it wasn't real, I was still worried. Uki-chan? Dr. Sakama asked for her to help with something. Miyashiro-san? Do you need something? Oh. She must have just finished, because she peeked through the door at exactly that moment. She was tiny and frail, but a lot more cheerful than she had been before. There was nothing particularly out of the ordinary about her. I was relieved. Oh, nothing. I see. Everyone, would you like something to drink? Oh, I want some grapefruit juice. I'll take coffee. Orange juice. Miyashiro-san, would you like your usual, mountain... what was it? Stop it, everyone. Uki-chan isn't our maid. This household is self-service only. No, it's fine. I want to be helpful. Yamazoe went around and asked everyone what they wanted, then went to the kitchen. There was nothing different about her at all. Before long, I could hear the tea kettle bubbling cheerfully in the kitchen. Several days passed. And then, nothing happened on October 28th. The return of the new Gen Madness had ended with the death of the immolation of the woman declared responsible for these incidents that had caused public uproar. And she'd realized that she couldn't escape the police and set herself on fire. And that's what everyone, from the TV media to the internet, was saying. But is that really true? Something didn't seem right. This was the sort of thing that usually drove the people I despised most on the internet, the wrong-siders who pretended to be right-siders, into an uproar. I didn't mind the ones who made aggregator pages filled with their own personal theories, but some of them would always try to connect everything to the most ridiculous conspiracy theories. And the worst were the ones who would post information about the killer, and not just the killer themselves, but their family and relatives too, and say all kinds of terrible, unfounded things about them. But this time, that hadn't happened. No information was available at all, except for what was in the police announcement. It was like someone was censoring everything. Not only were there students at school and the police and the people of Shibuya losing interest. Let's start that over. Not only were the students at school and the people of Shibuya losing interest, but so were the guys on At Channel who started talking about other unrelated things instead of manifesting their usual excitement. Even if there are a lot of things competing for people's attention these days. It's still too fast, isn't it? But everyone was already starting to talk about a new event. There should be a restoration festival, which was quickly approaching. Hey, Takaru. Oh. As I stared at the map, I suddenly heard a bone-chilling voice from behind me. Terrified, I turned around. Kurisu was standing there, eyebrows raised. What are you thinking about? Your mom. Huh? I'm, Not the case, right? It's over now. I told you that you need to leave it to the professionals. Well, when it comes to this case, I'm basically a professional myself. If you really insist on still getting involved, you know what will happen, right? Yes. Her face was as terrifying as any creature from my worst nightmares. But I didn't understand why she was so mad. She was really worried about me. And I knew that after what happened to her friend Minami-san with Senri, she had probably been crying when she was alone. Still, she could be nicer about it. If I don't scold you like this, you won't listen, will you? Well, how did she know what I was thinking? Is she a psychic too? Don't make me repeat myself all the time. I know exactly what you're thinking. I can tell by the look on your face. Oh, I see. Anyway, I'm getting rid of that map. It's taking up space. Kurusu put a hand up to the map on the board to rip it off. Oh, I'll help you. Hi, Yuki. Yamazoe had been standing in the corner of the room, staring in wonder at everything she saw. She quickly dashed over to Kurisu. Thanks, Yuki-chan. Can you cut that side for me? Okay. They ripped down the map I'd spent so many hours on and folded it up neatly. What? No, if you want to complain, then give me a good reason. No, it's nothing. Sorry. You're always so wimpy, Taku. You're lame. A wuss. Seriously, I'm disappointed. I expected more from you. Damn, even Kazuki's disappointed. Animita was occupying a corner of the big table as she read a brainless fashion magazine, and Kazuki was at her computer playing ESO too, like always. I'm not a wimp, okay? Kurisu is just too strong. I think both are true. You really like it when I get mad at you, don't you, Takaru? That's not true. I'm sorry. I shrank back and averted my eyes from the Empress. As for why Arimita and Yamazoe were here, they both joined the newspaper club as of today. Yamazoe wasn't a student at Hekiho until now, but after the case was solved, she had been allowed to enroll at the Academy's middle school. Hey guys. Huh? Ito came into the room and walked over to me, eyes shining. Oh dear. He motioned for me to lean in. What is it? This room is filled with chicks, and you're in the way. None of them are interested in you like that, Ito. Well, I'm so sorry for being in the way. The whole room smells so great. It's hard to believe this is the newspaper club. How bad do both you and Takaru smell for you to say that? Apologize to the newspaper clubs everywhere. I think I might finally get a girlfriend at this rate. I don't think so. Nuh-uh. And I'm sure that you're wrong. Huh? What are you whispering about? Todika put down her magazine and looked at us. Huh? Oh, we were just talking about what our next top article should be for the newspaper club. Oh, like you don't know, Serika. Yeah. Nope. Ito-senpai is lying. Huh? That's not true. Right, Miyashiro? Ito, you're wasting your time. You can't lie to Hina-chan, you know. Man, I never learned, do I? Nope, dumbass. You guys are terrible. You were talking about something naughty that has to do with me, right? I mean, she's not totally off the mark with that, though. That's the problem. We were not. You're lying again. You were looking at me, imagining all kinds of delusions where you could use me however you want, weren't you? Unedited covered her chest and thighs with her hands. Takaru, Ito-kun, excuse me? Yeah, she's about to kill them. We are not. I quickly ran over to Unedited. Listen, don't say anything that will give her the wrong idea. Kurisu gets really pissed off, there's no telling what she'll do. You know I can hear you, right? The little sound he made for the narrative ellipsis is funny. See? Look how she's glaring at me. I just called her Unedited and she giggled. You know, I've been thinking for a while that you two are kind of like... What? Like a husband and wife. Both Kurisu and I turned to her in shock. Like a loser husband who's always worried that his scary wife is going to be mad at him. Yeah, that's correct. Takaru is a loser husband. Who are you calling a scary wife? Don't be weird. I agree that she's scary though. They both agree that he's a loser husband though, because they didn't dispute that. Deserved. She actually punched me. She punched me right in the stomach. You deserved that one, buddy. Wow, that looks like it hurt. Kazuki pointed to the screen as I writhed on the ground, holding my stomach. Your own fault. Exactly. You got it, Kazuki. Now, what do you want? Ellipsis question mark. Who's laughing? Me. Huh? I looked around in surprise. Is this ending secretly a love choo-choo demo? If this ending feels like a love choo-choo demo so far, I wouldn't be confident about that one, buddy. Don't get your hopes up. Nomazoe was giggling. She wasn't very loud, but she was laughing. She looked really happy. Everyone looked at her in surprise. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. Nomazoe realized that everyone was looking at her, and her face suddenly turned bright red. No, come on, laugh more. Huh? Excuse me? Too late. This game is too good at setting up expectations to tragically undercut later. True. Uki-chan, you should laugh like that more often. It's very cute. Huh? Huh? The way she reacted made it seem like no one had ever told Yamazoe that before. She didn't seem to know what to do. I'll go throw out the garbage. She grabbed the garbage can, which wasn't particularly full, and ran out into the hallway. Everyone smiled as we watched her go. Man, that's not fair. It's just like how when a thug does something even a little nice, he looks like a great guy. Don't let her trick you, senpai. Huh? No, she's not trying to trick me. If this continues, my position as idol of the newspaper club will be in danger. I'm the idol of the newspaper club. I won't let you take my position. Alright, let's fight for it, Seri. If you so wish, bring it on. Come on, you guys. I was starting to get a headache from all of this. Yamazoe was one thing, but maybe letting Aribita join had been a mistake. With the case finished, the newspaper club was finally about to get back to work again. But at this rate, we wouldn't even be able to get through a planning meeting. We never get any work done. An hour later, it was time to go home, and Mr. Wakui, the club advisor, kicked us out. We decided to pick the topic for our next paper at a later meeting, and everyone headed home. I told you this already, but I think we should just do a behind-the-scenes report on the Restoration Festival. I think that works. Sounds like fun. No complaints here. They've got a beauty contest, supposedly. I'd love to do a behind-the-scenes on that. Of course you do, you fucking twerp. I knew you were that type, Ito-senpai. Never get close to me, okay? I love Arimura. Can't you tell when I'm joking? I could tell when you're lying. That wasn't a joke, was it? Ito and Arimura were about to get going again, so I interrupted. Every school in the city is doing a report on the Restoration Festival, right? I think we should do a real analysis of the return of the new Gen fan in this case. It's still bothering me. And of course, we won't go into too much detail about Minamisawa Senri. I made my suggestion, trying to be as delicate toward Kurusio as possible, but... Come on, man. We're done with that thing. Every site on the internet's doing that anyway. I agree, honestly. I really don't want to remember it. Even Ito, who was so excited during the case, and Naribito, who was a part of it, were opposed. We'd had the same discussion during our meeting at school and got nowhere. What about you, Kazuki? What do you think about my proposal? Did he say something, she seemed to say? Okay, Kazuki's not going to be any help. She probably didn't even hear what we were talking about. What about you then, Yamazoe? I turned around toward Yamazoe, who was all the way in the back. She seemed surprised, as if she hadn't expected anyone to ask her opinion. Her eyes darted. Let's try that again. Her eyes darted from left to right. I'm fine with whatever everyone else decides. You can't decide. That's why I'm asking you. I'm sorry. She probably thought I was mad at her because she shrank back a little. Taku, don't be mean to Uki-chan. I'm not being mean. She's part of the newspaper club now. If she has an opinion, we should respect that, right? But Yamazoe only shrank back even further and started to mumble. No, I don't really have an opinion. I'm sorry. No, you don't need to apologize. I could see that tears were welling up in the corners of her eyes, so I quickly waved my hands in apology. At this rate, it really would feel like I was bullying her. In the end, I couldn't think of anything else to say, so I fell silent. Alright, Taku, Non-chan, Uki-chan, see you tomorrow. See you later, everyone. See you. Bye. Kurisu, Yamazoe, and I said goodbye to the other four before we headed back to Alba dorm. We watched and waved for a moment as they went, and then started to walk once more. No one said anything for a while. The only sound on the quiet residential street was our footsteps. Hey, Takuru. It was Kurisu who broke the silence. How are you doing? Are you okay? You know, a lot happened, and I was wondering if you were doing better. You're the type who keeps your problems to yourself after all. Kurisu glanced at me, then looked away as she spoke. A lot, huh? She probably wasn't just talking about the return of the new gen madness. She was probably talking about everything that happened to us since the Shibuya earthquake. I thought back to all that had happened. Come to think of it, I did cause a lot of problems for Kurisu, and a lot of stress and worry too. You can tell by looking at me, right? I'm just fine. I could probably head back to my RV soon. What? You're thinking of going back? She was staring at me in surprise. Evidently, she hadn't expected that. She must have thought I was planning on staying in an Aoba dorm forever. And I can't stay in freeload forever. But it's your home, Takuru. Of course you can stay. No, I don't think it's a good idea. I'm going to get spoiled if I do. There's nothing wrong with being spoiled. She seemed a little sad as she spoke. Did you hear that, Yamazoi? You could be my witness. Whenever Kurisu gets mad at me from now on, I can tell her she said it's okay for me to be spoiled. That was his takeaway. Got it. Oh, yes, I understand. Wait, no, that's got nothing to do with this. Kurisu turned toward Yamazoi and held up her hand, palm outward in a stop sign. I understand. Hey, whose side are you on? I'm sorry. Yamazoi seemed genuinely sad. Evidently, jokes weren't something she understood. It's okay, she got that autism. I scratched at my cheek, unsure of what to say. Kurisu rubbed her cheek with their two fingers, two or three times in the exact same way, and then slowed her pace until she was next to Yamazoi. Hey, Uki-chan. She forced herself to speak as she forced herself to speak as cheerfully as possible. Yes? Do you want to go shopping this Sunday? Shopping? That was cute. I'm not gonna use my stupid ass voice for that. Your room's pretty much empty, right? And you didn't bring many clothes with you. And then I remembered. Yamazoi had moved in so quickly that we didn't have a room for her, so we cleaned out the storeroom instead. When I'd last looked in there, her room was basically empty. If it was still that way, it had to be pretty bare. But that doesn't really bother me. That's not enough. If your room is more cheerful, you'll feel better. And since you're a girl, you need to dress up a bit. Don't you think so, Sakura? Huh? Yeah, of course. Dressing nicely is the first step toward a happy life as a normie. See? Takuru says he'll come with us. So let's go, okay? Wait, what did the Empress just say? There's a lot of stuff we have to buy. Two girls won't be able to carry it all. So you want me to hold your back, basically? No, I'm offering you a chance to go on a date with 2 cute girls. Uki's underage. I don't care if she's older than she looks. She's underage. Kurisu, don't you think it's a little embarrassing to say that about yourself? Just as I thought that to myself. Well, would you say something? I was starting to regret saying that. Kurisu's face turned red up to her ears. Meanwhile, Yamazoe was frantically looking between us, as if she wasn't sure what to do. Yeah, Uki is definitely being collateral damage in this date request. Anyway, just don't make any other plans for Sunday, okay? But you don't have to do that for someone like me. Excuse me, Uki-chan? Don't say someone like me. You're part of the family. Act like it. We're friends. No, we're family now. I told Takuru this, but I want you to be spoiled. Family. That's right. We're family, Uki-chan. Yamazoe didn't seem to know how to respond. It was like she was surprised, hesitant, smiling, crying all at once. And she looked at us, her expression blending all of those emotions. Oh, and I think it's time for you to stop calling Takuru Miyashiro-san. Both of them going, huh? You too, Takuru. The rule in our family is that everyone calls each other by their first name. Me, Uki, when I jokingly suggested to Nigiri to buy you clothes, and her response was, well, you came up here, we could go to Savers. That's fair. Kurisu's voice was cheerful, but I felt an ache in my chest as I heard her say that, because I hadn't called her by her first name in half a year. And looking back, it was all over something really stupid, but for some reason, I got stubborn about it. Now I couldn't go back. Even though I knew how sad she looked sometimes when I called her Kurisu. Is it okay for me to do something so rude? It's not rude. I told you, you're part of the family. Okay. You too, Takuru. Got it? No, Roger. Yamazoe and Uki. Takuru-san. Yamazoe, no. Uki blushed as she spoke. Good job, both of you. Okay, Takuru, be ready on Sunday. Yeah, roger that too. I get it. And there's nothing in life so boring as being forced to go shopping with a girl. But that's part of my male noblesse oblige. I definitely butchered that, but I don't care enough. You have to enjoy it as best as you can. At least that's what Minami Kata's Kenji-sensei's column said in Cool Cat Press. Alright, it's settled. I can't wait. Kurisu tapped Uki lightly on the shoulder. Yuki still didn't seem to know what to say, but eventually she said, "Thank you," in a tiny voice. And then... Family. She whispered the word again. And I couldn't tell for sure, but she sounded very happy. God, imagine disliking shopping, looks at own gender marker. Ah, right. I will save here. Not to end stream, just to go on a break, because I think I'm hungry proper now. So, yeah. Quick break, then we'll be right back. Yuppie. You guys can enjoy the crowd noises, I guess, in the meantime. What? Hello. I'm back. Ish. They are silly things on Marvel stream. I don't know if they know I'm still listening to them. I will have the shout out ready for Marvel.
Hey,
OMG, a raid? That's crazy. Hello, welcome on in, Marvel's Subathon Beans. How is it going? I hope you guys enjoyed watching Marvel play Final Fantasy XIV for 12 and a half hours straight. But if anyone has come along with Marvel and does not already know me, my name is Sakusaki, or just Q is acceptable. I use he, him pronouns. I call myself a variety streamer, though I do stream mostly visual novels, which we are currently playing tonight. We are playing Chaos Child, which is also a psychological horror, and it is part of the greater series, the Science Adventure series, which the most notable title is Steins Gate, and somehow First is still up for grabs, so if any of you want to change that, feel free. But currently we have started a new character route for a route that can be for either two characters. It took us a hot minute to get here because of my inability to read and the game being stupid with locking you into a route even if you go back to change the thing. So that's what most of the stream has been so far, unfortunately. But that's okay. Congrats on first Skullbook, even though you could have redeemed that way, way earlier because you've been here. Gonna smack you. Let me go ahead and get your name up in there. But yeah, if anyone that has come with Marvel needs to go ahead and go rest, especially you, Marvel, go rest, please. Yeah. If you want to avoid any spoilers for Chaos Child, this is definitely not the stream to be in because we are in the last two character routes before the true end, so we are pretty far in. So definitely not the stream to be in to avoid spoilers. But yeah, if you have to dip for any reason, please feel free to lurk. We will catch you whenever you're next able to pop in. I do appreciate it. And also, I did hear you two call me a loser, which is quite sad, you guys. Thanks. But, yeah, I didn't finish eating the food that I grabbed, but that's because I probably grabbed more food than I probably should have. It's fine. Bloop. Like, my dumbass was like, yes, chips and dip. That will take a fast time to eat. I don't know. Maybe it was just the chips, but I wanted the beans. The beans to dip in. I'm not always the brightest person, but that's okay. You guys still love me anyway, right? Looks at you cutely, I don't know. I might have to go on another break relatively soonish because I'm almost out of drink. I don't know how much longer I'll keep streaming because I'm EP. At least till the end of this day for sure. Gonna eat just a handful of chips and then we'll get right into those. Oh yeah, I don't think anyone's gotten any of the new redeems from the tea redeem yet. So if you would like to try to be one of the first, feel free. Anti-tea would slap. Okay, right into this. Well, that was pathetic. Anyways. Yuki gasped in amazement upon seeing the scramble crossing. After spending so much time in that basement, Shibuya on a busy Sunday must have been quite a shock to her. Her eyes were quickly moving from one thing to another, as if everything was new and exciting. Because it is. Yuki-chan, don't get lost, okay? Okay. You too, Takuru-chan. Silly. I'm willing to go home right now if I have to, you know. No, Taku. You're staying with us all day today. You don't get a taco anyway. What are you even doing here anyway? What? That's so mean. Am I not allowed to be here? That was really hurtful. Terribly hurtful. You should apologize to Seri. I don't mean to interrupt your lecture, but nobody asked you to come either. What? Arimita pouted. I didn't know how they'd found out about it, but when we got to the intersection in front of Shibuya Station, these two were waiting for us. They wanted to come shopping too, evidently. Apparently, Serika and Arimita had really become good friends. I guess teenage girls are good at that. Well, why not? The more the merrier. So true. Kurisu laughed, but I had a terrible feeling. No, Marvel, don't die. Listen up, Onoe, Arimita. I'm here to carry Uki's things, not yours. No matter what stupid things you buy, I'm not holding them. I'm not buying anything stupid. I think I just realized Miyashiro-senpai is a virgin who's never gotten laid. God damn. Arimita, go home. Now. That's very powerful. That is a really funny image, though. I kind of wanted to see that drawn by someone. A virgin? Oh no, not in front of the child. And don't worry about that, Uki. Come on, don't teach Uki-chan weird words. Let's not waste any more time. Kurisu grabbed Uki's hand in a very natural way and started to walk ahead. Aw, hand-holding. Thank you for the daily offering. Down in that basement, she'd probably offered her hand to a lot of people, but no one had ever offered a hand to her. Congrats on your 3-stream streak, let's go! Uki was staring at Kurisu's hand in shock. But instead of shaking it off, she matched Kurisu's pace and followed along. I quickly followed after her. Behind me were Serika and Arimita, happily chatting with each other. You're on a 1-stream streak? Twitch sucks? Huh. thinking. I don't remember if you were present during last night's stream now that I think about it. Shrug. That does suck though. Two hours later. Hey, senpai, what do you think about this outfit? Hmm? Oh, it's wonderful. Such a pretty color. I want that. What do you think, Uki-chan? It's good, I think. I see. Uki doesn't like this stuff, guys. That's not true. You can't lie to me, okay? Oh. The four of them were talking in front of the store. I sat down on a nearby bench, feeling a little exhausted. You didn't participate last night, but you definitely lurked. How many tabs did you have open? Because I know Twitch stops accounting for you if you have more than 3 tabs open. This is the 7th place we've been to, damn. And we still hadn't bought anything, also damn, sheesh. We've gone from one shop to another, down a street filled with huge crowds. My head was starting to spin. Hey Taku, which skirt do you like better? This one or this one? Hmm? No, the one on the right. Yeah? But I don't know if it looked good in all this lace. Or if I'd look good in all this lace. Wait, you're picking out clothes for yourself? Go find clothes for Yuki. Aww, they don't have to get so mad. I'm sorry, Takuru-san. Yuki came out of the store just in time to get mad. Let's go home. I don't need fancy clothes after all. Huh? I quickly stood up. No, that's not what I meant. But we're here to buy stuff for you today. The conversation cut off. She shrank back and looked at the ground. She was staring at her feet, a look of despair in her eyes. I realized my mistake and scratched my head. Well... Yes? I'm probably not one to talk, but... Yes? I think you're taking things a little too seriously. Like Kurisu said, you're part of the family, you know? I'm pretty sure she's autistic, and that's part of the problem. Feel free to be at least 1/10 as selfish as Onoe is. Are you talking about me? I can hear you. I ignored Serika and looked back at Yuki. Yuki had just raised her head, so our eyes met for a moment. We quickly looked away from each other. Damn. So, don't worry about me. She seemed to think for a minute. But after a while, her pale crimson lips began to softly move. Alright, thank you. I'm sorry. Come on, you two. Let's go to the next place. Kurisu came over and grinned at me. What? It wouldn't kill you to be nice to me once in a while, you know? What are you talking about? Hey, how about parkour next, guys? There's other things I want to get besides clothes. Kurisu chuckled, then took Kuki's hand and walked off in the direction of parkour. Wow, it's so cute. Yeah, this is great. This is exactly what we're looking for, right? We wandered around Parku for a while. To buy 10% off. Parku was a shop that sold natural fashion style clothes. After having Uki try on several different outfits, they finally found one they liked. No. Even I almost gasped when I saw her appear from inside the changing room. Uki fidgeted awkwardly as everyone complimented her. I wasn't used to getting compliments either, so I knew how she felt. But even I had to add a compliment of my own at the sight of her. Yeah, you look like a totally different person. That outfit just looked that good on her.
Thank you. I'll take this one then.
May not have them take the tag off and wear it now.
Oh, okay.
Takuru, we had them put Uki-chan's uniform into a bag. Carry it, okay? Fine. I hung the shopping bag off my shoulder. Uki quickly tried to grab it off.
No, I can't have you do that. I'll carry it.
Not him. That's why he's here today. And you heard the lady. It's better to just do what the Empress tells you. Remember what I just said. Don't worry about stuff too much.
Look, Uki-chan, I have these cute accessories over here. Want to check them out?
See? She's calling you. Go talk to her. I gave Uki a little push on the back.
Okay. Just for a little. Thank you.
Uki went over to the rest of the girls, but not before turning back to look at me several times. They all lined up and started to examine the jewelry. I couldn't help but smile a little as I watched them.
Thanks, Takuru. This is a big help.
Well, you helped me out a lot too, you know, during my physical therapy, and when I formed the newspaper club.
Oh, are you feeling like you owe me?
No, of course I do.
Then you better start paying me back.
Paying you back? How? Kurisu's mischievous smile seemed a little scary.
Come on, Uki. You need to get some cute undies too.
Hinae.
No, I'm fine with the normal ones. That's no fun. There was a lingerie place over there, wasn't there? Okay, we'll pick out some stuff for you. What? Huh? What? Taku, Han-chan, let's go. Okay, come on, Takuru.
Wait, no way! I can't go inside the underwear store! I tried to resist as Kurisu dragged me by the arm.
That's not true. A lot of boys go to pick something out with their girlfriend.
Girlfriend, not little sister. But they do.
Takuru, I hope you get a lover like that soon, you know?
Animura and Seriko stopped to look at me and said, "Nope, not happening for a while. You've got that right." Listen, you guys. The two of them started to cackle, but it was the truth, so I couldn't say anything back. Heh, loser. Yuki, however, just stared, blinking and bewildered.
A lover?
I heard her whisper the words mysteriously. So, you think this is enough? Yeah. Kurisu ended up buying all kinds of things for Uki, from clothes, toiletries, to even decorations for her room. So my arms were full of bags, and my joints were starting to ache. Kurisu, Serika, and Narimina all had their hands full too, but as befitted an empress, Kurisu didn't seem to be bothered at all. And half of the bags that Sadika and Unedited were carrying were things that they bought for themselves. So instead of complaining, they were chattering happily. Since no one else was complaining, that meant I couldn't either. I'd look like a loser if I did. Hey, Uki-chan, is there anything else you want?
No, I'm fine.
Really? Let's go home then. We all began to head for Albadorm as twilight approached. Uki was walking a half-step behind as everyone else walked in front. Now, it'll look much more like a girl's room. I hope so. Kudisu laughed a little. I looked at her, confused. I remember when you woke up from your coma. Huh? It would have been 5 years ago now, huh? We went to buy things for you just like this back then too. Did we? Yep. Nochon and I went shopping for you. You should be grateful. I had no idea. I remembered being surprised at how much stuff was ready for me. I see. Thanks, you too. Hey, do you remember Serika? And the first and last time we got into a fight? Oh, yeah. We got into a big argument in the middle of the store about whether to buy you boxers or briefs. Why were you arguing about something like that? I glared at them and my face turned red. By the way, Nochon said boxers, and I said black briefs. Why black? In the end, we played rock, paper, scissors, and I lost. It was so disappointing. What's disappointing is your taste in underwear. Huh? You're definitely not a boxer type of guy. Don't you think so, Hina-chan? Instead of asking him, she's asking Hina. No, and honestly, no matter what Miyashita-senpai wears, I can't see him ever getting to show them to a girl, so how much does it matter? Roast him while you're at it, I guess. Oh, that's true. I hated to admit it, but it was the truth, so I couldn't say anything back. As my shoulders shook with rage, and it was definitely rage, not exhaustion from the heavy bags, I saw Kurisu suddenly turn around. Where's Uki-chan? Uh-oh. Huh? I'd been so focused on the conversation that I hadn't noticed. But when I turned around, she was gone. I looked around to see where she'd gone. Oh. I found her. I could see the top of her tiny head on the other side of the crowd. She stopped in front of a store and was looking through the window pane. Uki. I went back to see what she was looking at. Aw. It was a fairly large florist shop. Uki was staring in amazement at all the plants lined up in the window. We've been to a lot of different places today, but this was the first one I'd seen her so interested in. Some of the plants were as tall as I was, with leaves growing out of a strong, thick trunk, and some of them were tiny, pretty flowers whose vases would fit in your hands. I felt like you could stare at all the different kinds for hours. I could hear her tiny voice saying, "Wow," as she looked at them. Do you like this stuff? She got startled. She must not have realized I was there, because she looked up at me in shock. And then she realized that she'd been pressing her face up to a store window and blushed.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean.
There's something to apologize for. It's fun to look at these, isn't it? I like bamboo palms. I'm a fan of potato plants myself. And the girls were smiling as they looked at the plants on the windowsill too.
Oh, I know. Why don't we put something in Uki-chan's room?
Everyone say good bot in chat because Sari bot obliterated a stupid spam.
Oh, I know. Why don't we put something in Uki-chan's room? We can't take anything too big home with us. We wouldn't be able to We wouldn't be able to care for it anyway. But maybe we could get something small. I couldn't. I've never taken care of a plant.
One way to learn. You haven't. And I was kind of surprised. She'd been so dedicated to taking care of the patients at the hospital that I was sure she'd have taken good care of plants there too.
And there was no sunlight in the basement where I lived. They all wilted.
Oh. No, right. Of course. Yuki had lived in a dark basement with no sunlight at all. She'd lived there for years, and then finally she'd been abandoned. I suddenly remember the despair in her eyes when she'd seen the empty basement. She must have remembered it too, because she suddenly cast her gaze downward. Kurisuya forced herself to speak in a chipper voice.
Don't worry about that. Your room gets a lot of sunlight. It was honestly a waste to use it as a closet.
Go find one you like, Yuki. I've still got room to carry a small vase.
If you don't think you can raise it on your own, why don't we do it together?
No.
Together? That's right. We're family now, right?
So hurry up, before I change my mind.
Okay.
Yuki went inside this flower shop, still hesitant but smiling. As soon as we got back to Alba dorm, the girls all went to decorate Yuki's room. I, of course, stayed behind. After about an hour and a half of waiting...
Big bro, it's all set. You can come in now.
Yui finally came to tell me it was alright, so I went to see Yuki's room. Let's take a look.
You're gonna be surprised, Taku. You sure will.
Huh? Is it really that? No. Look at the fucking blue on the table. How did they carry the furniture? Anyways, wow. It really was that surprising. Yeah, you guys carried furniture somehow. I was amazed at what I saw. I couldn't believe this was the same empty room I'd seen just a short while before. There were pretty curtains on the windowsill. A fluffy girly comforter sat on the bed. You don't even know what animal that's supposed to be, but it's wonderful. I think it's a cat. A very floofy, poofy cat, but yes, delightful. The soft carpet had been laid on the cold floor, and the small shelving unit even had some stuffed animals, probably courtesy of Kurisuya or Sarika. Beautiful photos in attractive frames now hung on the empty white walls, which had looked like something from a hospital room. The light bulbs had even been replaced with ones that cast a warmer shade of light. The desk, chair, and shelves, which had only been used for work, had now been done up in something much more appropriate for a little girl's room. On top of the shelves was the plant Yuki had picked out, a Schefflera. I don't know. His leaves were bright and green. Plant, also known as a dwarf umbrella tree. It is an evergreen decorative plant with many palm-shaped leaves at the end of its branches. Scheffleras are hardy and able to avoid leaf scald even in direct sunlight, and are resistant to cold to boot, which makes them a relatively easy plant to raise. Nice. This is incredible.
I know, right?
As I looked around the room in amazement, I saw a tiny girl looking sad in the corner of the room. It was Uki, the room's owner. What's wrong, Uki?
I've never had a wonderful room like this. I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
Oh. I couldn't help but laugh as I saw her clasp her hands in front of her chest and fidget. It's your own room. Do whatever you want. Sit on the bed or something. I patted the cute comforter on the bed.
Wow, you're inviting her to bed? Senpai, you're such a perv.
I'm gonna flick your forehead, Arimura. I am not. Is that all you ever talk about?
Aw, don't get so mad, Senpai. It was only a joke.
Coming from you, it doesn't sound like a joke. Nah, I knew it was a joke. I glared at Arimura, but she just stuck her tongue out and laughed. Sarika, Kurisu, and Yui all started laughing too. Yuki, however, just looked around at everyone as if she didn't know what we were talking about. Well, first of all, she's baby. Second of all, she's definitely autistic. Look at her. Me, Sarika, Kurisu, Ito, Arimura, Kazuki, and now Uki, the newest member of the Hekiko newspaper club, we're here together. Autism creature for real. We all looked a little tired. Our meeting to decide what we'd put in the next issue hadn't been going well at all. Okay. I think it's time to call it a day. I'm the club president, and I'm making my decision. Thank you for your contribution to the challenge. Just decide on doing the behind-the-scenes report on the festival. It's easy. No, that's too obvious. Give it up, man. You're not still thinking about doing the Return of the New Gen Madness anymore, are you? No one cares now. Kurisu's face contorted with sadness for an instant when she heard the name Return of the New Gen Madness. She was probably thinking about Minamisawa Senri, the killer who committed suicide. It doesn't have to be the New Gen stuff. It could be something else like... Since Kurisu was here, I didn't want to get into it any further, but it still seemed strange to me. No one cared about the Return of the New Gen Madness anymore. The case had altered every aspect of our lives and attracted the attention of the entire nation, and now everyone had just forgotten about it.
Personally, I think it's pretty much dead. Deader than dead.
When I saw how casual Arimura was acting, I only became more suspicious. It didn't make sense. What was the reason for this difference between me and everyone else?
How about we make this fair, everyone? We could put it to majority vote.
Kurisu seemed eager to smooth things over. I guess that's okay. What about you, Miyashiro? Fine by me, if that's what you want. I guess I'll have to give up on persuading Ito and Arimura. That's a shame. Those two are always pretty easily influenced by trends. But I'm sure the others will understand.
That settles it then. As vice president, I'll count the votes. First, everyone in favor of doing the Restoration Festival, raise your hand.
I heard everyone gulp a little, and then the veil of silence dropped. Ito and Arimura raised their hands immediately. A moment later, Kazuki slowly raised her own.
Alright, so 3 votes. Next question. Who wants to go a little deeper into the Return of the New Gen Madness case? Please raise your hands.
I raised my own hand immediately. What about Sarika and Kurisu? If they don't go for Ito and Arimura's proposal, then that means Sarika and Kurisu would agree with me. Wait. But only Sarika raised her hand. Kurisu didn't. Wait a minute, second, Kurisu. Why aren't you voting? If you're not voting for Ito, that means you should be on my side, right? She's counting the votes, so I think she is abstaining. I don't know why, but I'm not feeling really excited about either of your ideas. Can I just abstain this time? Abstain? You can't do that. I can't. And then I guess I'll pick the festival. So Kurisu's abstaining, huh? Fine by me. Wait, she was about to vote for doing the festival. No, we should respect her wishes and allow her to abstain. Wow. I deliberately ignored Arimita's cold glance. However, if Kurisu or Kazuki had voted with me, I could have made it a tie. At this rate, things weren't looking good. Alright, looks like we have our result then. Oh. Everyone in the room looked toward a single spot. Next to me, fidgeting awkwardly, but still raising her hand, was... No. Let me double check. Uki-chan, you're raising your hand because... yes, I agree with Takuru-san. My gaze met with Yuki's. Her little eyes seemed to be sending me a message that only I could see. Oh, Oh, wow, I saw it. The two of them were staring into each other's eyes. Wait, Mishiro, where did you seduce Yuki-chan? Huh? Oh no, he's a lolicon, a criminal, call the cops. The whole room started to buzz like someone had poked a beehive. Jeez, you should see the look on your face. Kurisu laughed and gently put her hand on my shoulder. Kids can tell whether someone's good or bad. You can be proud that Uki-chan's given you her okay. She's not that young, like she's baby, but not that baby. Uki was glancing up at me from time to time, her cheeks still blushing pale red. Aww. Did that mean she'd taken a liking to me? I mean, you've been a good older brother, so... Of course, that wasn't a bad thing. But... none of this all seemed quite real, especially the way everyone was willing to just give up on the return of the new generation madness case. Hey everyone, I'm glad you're all here. Mr. Wakui smiled as he opened the door and came inside. Huh? You don't come here often, sir. No, actually. I have some good news for you all. I wanted to tell you as soon as possible. Good news? More specifically, good news for Miyashiro-kun. For me. My heart started pounding a little faster when he said my name. You know, you had that discussion you guys were going to do at the cultural festival, right? He was probably trying to be as vague as possible because of what had happened with Watabe. When he saw the tension on everyone's face, he quickly continued. The director of that Nikoniya video program contacted us. A director from Nikoniya? That's right. Actually, they want you to take Watabe's son's place on the news program that he did. Huh? Me? On a Nikoniya news vid show? Well, even after what happened, Watabe was a very talented reporter, and he seemed to have taken a liking to you, so the director seems to have taken an interest himself. So he wants you on as a commentator, speaking from the perspective of a high school reporter. Watabe's news program. And that's Nikoniya News, right? The most popular source of information around. And they want me as a commentator? Is this really happening? How about it, Miyashiro-kun? They seem pretty insistent. After their initial shock faded, I felt a kind of weird happiness. Or a weird kind of happiness. Same difference. It felt like I was walking on top of a cloud. But can I really do such an important job? If I trip over my tongue or panic, I'll look stupid in front of the viewers. Everyone will be laughing at me. Well, no one's laughed at me for tripping over my words, so it's fine. Maybe.
That's great, Taku. This is your big chance.
My big chance. Huh? Come on, what's wrong with you, Shiro? Nikoniya News is a huge program. Why the hesitation?
That's right. This is your big chance. Everyone else in the world wants it, but you're the only one who gets this super ultra deluxe chance.
Have a good lurk, Marvel. Please get rest. You need it. Now you can show all those wrong-siders the true power of a right-sider. Man, I'm so happy for you. Well... Still, I wasn't sure what to do. Of course, the offer was an enticing one, however. If it had been an opportunity for everyone in the Hekiho newspaper club, I would have accepted without a second thought. We all did the investigations together, so it wouldn't be right for me to take all the credit. And what's more...
Come on, Sakaru. If you're not certain, I'll just try it and see how you feel. Make it happen. It'll be fine. You can do it, Taku.
No, it's not that easy. Sarika said I could do it, but I wasn't sure I really could. I was a shy person to begin with, so I didn't know how I would be able to talk on camera.
That's not that big a deal. Just say what's on your mind, like you always do around us.
Like I always do. And the camera's not a person. Does it make you feel better if you think of it that way?
It'll be fine. If this is what you wish for, I'm sure it'll go well.
Even after all that, I still wasn't sure what I should do, until I felt a small tug at my shirt.
I think that you can do it too.
For some reason, when I saw how serious she was, even if she was a little trepidatious about speaking, I felt a lot better. And what do you say, Miyashiro-kun? I'll try it then.
Yes! Now the whole school will hear about our club. We'll be sure to get in some new members.
Sarika and Narimura gave each other a high five, big grins on their faces. Okay, I'll tell them. Oh, I almost forgot. Mr. Wakui clapped his hands together. It seemed like he just remembered something.
せっかくだから
They want you to do your first broadcast live from the Shibuya Restoration Festival. That'll be okay, right?
それで構わないよね
What? A live broadcast from the Shibuya Restoration Festival? And that means...
一応
Since you're a student, it'll be hard for them to give you any money. So instead, they're offering you platinum tickets for the
代わり
main
に
event.
メインイベントのプラチナチケットを宮代くんのために用意してくれるそうなんだよ
The main event for the Shibuya Restoration Festival was going to be held at the Hikari World Theater Cube. Major celebrities were going to be there, and the tickets had sold out seconds after going on sale. Supposedly, it cost a fortune to get one from a scalper on the internet now.
Oh man, I'm so jealous. You're like a super VIP, Taku.
Damn it. If I knew that before, I would have volunteered instead. As I heard them all complain, my uneasiness disappeared, and instead I felt joy at being chosen.
宮代くんそれでも構わないね
That's alright. Okay. That's okay, right? Oh, yes. Alright,
先方
I'll
に
tell
は
them.
伝えておくから
He smiled one last time and left the room.
That's so great, Takeru.
I'm so jealous. Well, it's only natural that they chose me. Or they'd choose me.
Oh, that statement's a lie. Taku, you're such a liar.
And then my eyes met with Yuki's again. She got in quiet while everyone else had been excited.
Oh, well, I'm happy for you, Takeru-san.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. Her smile was a flower that wasn't quite in full bloom, and somehow, seeing it made me feel really strange. We stayed there and talked about Nikoniya news until the sun set and the chime rang to tell us it was time to go home. After the big news, we hadn't gotten anywhere with our next project, but that was fine. We each grabbed our bags and headed for the shoe walkers. Hey, if your Nikoniya news thing goes well, we'll get some new members, right?
And then we can get a bigger budget. It'll be great. That would make me really happy. The club's been going... the club's gonna be a very different place once you guys graduate.
We still didn't know what was going to happen, but they were already getting excited. I ignored them and went to take my shoes out of their box. And what is this? On top of my shoes. I could feel something thin, like a paper. I took it out, wondering what it could be. Is this... It's definitely one of those things you put letters in. What was that called again? Ah, right, an envelope. What's more, it was a very cute envelope, which smelled kinda good. In large letters, in the center it said, "To Miyashita-senpai." And I turned it around and there was a heart-shaped sticker sealing it shut. No way. Could this be? No, wait, don't be hasty, Miyashita Takaru. You don't know that for a fact yet. I flipped it around and looked at the other side again. There was a name on the envelope. Aozaki Yume.
Aozaki.
Who's that? I tried to remember, but nothing came to me.
Yume.
Yume. Huh.
Taku, what's wrong?
Huh? It's nothing.
Oh, did you just hide something behind your back?
I did not. I did not.
Oh, that was a lie. Which means... Hana-chan!
Ah. Kozuki had snuck behind me at some point. She quickly grabbed the letter out of my hands.
What?
Hey, is that... Is
this a love letter?
Everyone started to shout as they peered at the letter in Kazuki's hands.
No way. For Taku. Seriously, who sent it?
Aozaki Yume. That's how you read this, right?
Wait a second. Aozaki-san? The second year?
What? Ito and Arimina gasped in surprise at almost the exact same time. You know her, Ito? Do I know her? Do you not know her? She's the prettiest girl to attend our school in over a decade. That's a weird thing to say, Ito, huh? I had no idea.
I know her too. They say she's so pretty that it's like she stepped out of the pages of a shoujo manga. They say she's not just the prettiest girl in her grade, she's the prettiest girl in the school. Wow, a girl like that sending Taku a love letter?
Kazuki, huh? No, Kazuki, there's no need to punch the shoe lockers and find out if they're hurt. You're kidding me. Her? Aozaki-san? That unbelievably special, beautiful girl wrote Miyashiro a love letter? You're kidding me. It's gotta be some mistake. Or maybe she's just screwing with you. Ito was stomping his feet and throwing a tantrum. It looked like he was about to cry tears of blood. Is this Aozaki Yume really that pretty? No, calm down everyone. Ito's right. It could just be a prank. I tried to play it cool and speak in a calm, level voice, but I failed. Even I could tell that my voice was shaking. The most beautiful girl in the school had sent me a love letter. Was this the beginning of a wonderful romance? Was I about to say goodbye to my days of being single and enter the world of normies? Well, I already was a normie, but I mean in the other sense of the word. Don't do that, Takeru. Kurisu suddenly turned to me with a serious look on her face. Don't do what?
They'll just decide that it's a prank. That's rude. You have to read it first, and then give them your answer.
Yeah, I know that. From the look in her eyes, I could tell that she sensed my excitement. Well, there was no sense in trying to fool Kurisu anyway. Hey, come on, Miyashiro! Read it! Read it now! Right now! Read it quick! Read what it says so we can all hear it! Ito looked like he was about to pounce on me. Calm down, Ito. How can I stay calm at a time like this? Ito-kun. All it took was one word for him to quiet down.
It's not nice to read it in front of everyone. Good manners dictate that it should be read alone by the person who received it.
That's right, so...
Aw, Miyashiro-senpai, you're such a dork.
I tried my best to remain calm as the others complained, and then slid the letter into my bag. Of course, I was actually trying my best to suppress the desire to read it immediately. Still. First, the Nico Neo offer, then a letter from a girl. What was happening to my life? Suddenly, I felt a weird sensation run down my neck. Someone was watching me. Sono me dare no me? I turned around. And then I saw something huge, something that most certainly didn't belong there. It was like some kind of twisted piece of art. A D-sword. Man, Uki's D-sword is so fucking cool. Yuki was standing behind the rest of the group, staring at me intently with a stern expression on her face. In her hand was a shining, beautiful blade, a D-sword. My mind went blank for a second. Yuki, what are you? Oh, Squints. Like, I had a feeling all these good things were to do with her stuff, but like, Squints. Huh? What was that? I know I just saw a D-sword. I tried blinking a few times. But Uki wasn't holding any kind of sword at all.
Is something wrong?
Oh, no. Just, what exactly was that? Maybe a hallucination caused by the setting sun? Hey, Mishiro, just a little. Just read a little. Enough, Ito-kun. The tiny little doubt I had eventually disappeared as I listened to the others chatter. Okay, before this, I'm gonna go on another quick break so I can grab new dink. Boy. Bleh. I am back with Dink. Yippee. And when the door closed. My cool, casual demeanor broke into a giant grin. I was gonna be a guest commentator on Nikoniya News. And on top of that, I had gotten a love letter from Aozaki Yume, the most beautiful girl in the school. On the way back home, I had to stop myself from skipping around Shibuya. No, wait a second. I said the words aloud to try and get myself under control. Some things were just too good to be true. Maybe Ito was right, and it really is just a prank. Hat butt. Ugh. The first rule of entertainment is to make it seem like things are going well right before everything goes to hell. Not that my life is mere entertainment, obviously. Anyway. If it's a prank, why would anyone bother? Is the goal to laugh and make fun of me? Who'd want to do that? Okay, so this is a part where it diverges for the two character routes. So for one of them, I have to pick positive. For the other, I get to pick negative. But I can also get a bad ending if I do neutral and then pick positive for the following one. So I think we're gonna go and get that one done first. Yeah, and then we'll be set for getting all the other bad endings too, because the following bad endings for the next illusion are for picking neutral or negative. So 3 more bad endings that we can get. Yippee. Or maybe people can sense the light of my inner genius, no matter how hard I try to hide it. But normally, I don't stand out at all. Everyone seems to get the wrong idea, but I always try to keep myself out of the limelight. And yeah, how is lucky Yume found me anyway? Which means that she's special. The chosen right-sider and the chosen beauty drawn together by a special destiny. Is this fate after all? No. Calm down, Yoshida-Takaru. Maybe someone's planning to get my hopes up as much as possible before humiliating me on a video and uploading it to social media. There are other possibilities too. This could also be someone's way of getting me to sign up for expensive English language instructional materials or join some weird cult. I carefully cut open the top of the letter and took a deep breath. I've always been watching you. I love you, Miyashiro-senpai. Would you please be my boyfriend? But when I looked at the bottom of the letter, I froze. There's an 11-digit number and next to it. I'll be waiting for your answer. A message. A phone call, huh? A phone call was a very dark and scary thing for me. But she told me her feelings and was waiting for my answer. As a gentleman, I had to respond. And there was still a chance that it was a prank Hito and Serika were playing on me. I needed to make the call just to be sure. I carefully entered the number on the paper into the phone and tapped the call icon with shaking hands. I waited for a while, but she showed no signs of picking up. Just as I was about to hang up, it connected.
What?
Hello? Huh? The call went through, right? Hello? Hello?
Is this Miyashiro? Is this Miyashiro-senpai?
So this is Aozaki Yume's voice. It's so cute.
This is Miyashiro-senpai, right?
Oh, yes, that's right. It took everything I had to keep my voice from shaking.
Thank you for your phone call. It makes me very happy.
No, thank you. I mean, I'm not sure what to say. Jeez, what am I doing? The sweet voice from the phone is making me its prisoner.
Okay. I'll be looking forward to it then.
Oh, yeah.
Senpai?
What?
I think I'm too happy to sleep tonight. You hang up first, okay?
No, you first.
Then let's both hang up on the count of 3. Oh, no. I'll hang up instead.
Huh? Okay.
Alright, senpai. Good night. Kiss. Kiss.
These sure are some sounds. Buddy's taken out. Goddamn. I took a deep breath and let out all the air in my lungs. I'd been in such a panic that I didn't even remember what I'd talked about. The only thing I could even barely recall was that we'd agreed to go on a date after school tomorrow. She told me that it would be embarrassing to let the girls in her class see her, so she wanted to meet me someplace a little further away from the school. So we both agreed to meet at Cafe Lax, I think.
Huh?
Wait a second. My brain had started working again, and I realized the mistake I'd made. If we went to Lax, someone from the newspaper club could see us. Not to copy what Haozaki-san said, but I'd be embarrassed to let them see me too. Maybe I should change the meeting location. I took it out and tapped the number I just called. Why not send a text? God damn. However,
The person you are trying to reach is unavailable or has turned off their phone. The call cannot be completed.
Instead of her beautiful voice, I was met with a cold voiceover recording. And that's strange. Maybe it's just taking a bath. Or she ran out of battery. We were talking for a long time, so it's certainly possible. I tried again, but...
The person you are trying to reach is unavailable or has turned off their phone. The call cannot be completed.
It was the recording again. What was going on? But if she wasn't picking up, there wasn't anything I could do. She'd been able to see that I called, so she'd call me back when she looked at her phone. And come to think of it, we could go someplace else after meeting at Cafe Lax. Even if we did run into someone, we could probably talk our way out of it. Probably. And so... Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and I almost slapped out of my chair. At this hour? For a moment, I thought back to the return of the new gen madness, and I felt a cold sweat start to form under my armpits. I looked outside, afraid. Huh? Outside the door was a girl I knew well.
Uki.
Uki. What was she doing here? Whatever she was here for, I couldn't leave her out there.
Oh.
Yuki looked relieved when she saw me.
なんだよ。
What's up?
こんな時間に
Why are you here
どう
at
した
this hour?
I'm sorry for coming over so suddenly. This is for you.
She handed me a plastic container wrapped in a tiny sack.
This is some dinner for you. If you'd like, you can have it.
お裾分け
Leftovers?
Yes. Dr. Sakama told me you need to eat some real food. So why?
ウキが
You
作ったの
made
か
this?
Yes. So I don't know if it's good, but...
I took the sack. The container was still warm. It must have been made just a little while ago.
I'll be going then.
Yuki bowed her head and turned to go.
あ
I tried to say thank you, but the words got stuck in my throat.
Oh.
She suddenly turned back to face me.
Takuri-san. I'm taking good care of the plant you gave me every day. If you'd like, please come to my room and see it.
Aw, that's really cute. She smiled and fidgeted as she looked up at me. Oh. Now that she ran off into the darkness before I could say anything. The meal she made for me had a very kind, gentle taste. No. Food. Sleepy. Last night, I've been too excited to sleep properly. I'd gone through all the back issues of Cool Cat Press I could find, trying to learn all their best dating tips, and the next thing I knew it was light outside. As a result, my mind had been dulled from the exhaustion all morning, and my usual stylish and cool mannerisms were missing a little of their sharpness.
Oh, there you are. Morning, Taku. Good morning. You look tired. Let me guess. You were up all night?
I'm so jealous. I bet you couldn't sleep after what happened. As I sat down in my seat, I was surrounded by familiar faces. Hey guys. I took out the contents of my bag and put them in my desk, trying as hard as I could to act natural. And what's with that smug look?
That's right. We're all being nice enough to come visit you.
Why did you come to my classroom anyway?
You know why? We want to know what happened.
She was definitely talking about what happened with Awazaki Yume's letter. And I couldn't stop thinking about her myself. A date. A date after school. A date with the most beautiful girl in school. There's no way I'd be able to think about anything else. My mind was already spinning like a merry-go-round with happy fantasies. No. If I start getting excited and freak out over a single date, I'll be no different than those wannabe normie wrong-siders. But...
Come on, Taku. Tell us.
Sadika smacked her hands down on my desk and leaned forward. Tell you what?
About the letter you got yesterday.
It's got nothing to do with you.
Haha, I see.
You see what?
Let me guess. I was right. It really was just a prank. Was it?
I knew it. I thought the same thing. I mean, of course it was a prank. It's Miyashiro we're talking about. The odds of him being able to class change into a normie are 0. Projecting much, Ito? Well, if that's what he wants to think, then fine. But the reality is the exact opposite.
Come on, everyone. It's not polite to keep asking questions like that. It's Takuru's private life after all. Huh? Aren't you interested, Non-chan? I'm not. But you've been standing with us the whole time. That's because... Right, I needed to tell him to make sure that he gave a polite response to the letter he'd been given.
No, really?
So... Well, if it's willing to tell us, you know.
Know what? You just want to find out as badly as everyone else, don't you, Kurisu? So?
だから
So
何
what?
がそれでなんだよ。
Come on. Just stop wasting time and come out with it. The letter. How'd it go?
Was it real? Or a
それとも
prank?
いたずらだったの？
それ
It
は
was...
それは
It was?
とにかく
Anyway,
その話は
enough
終わ
about
りだ。
that. We need to
そん
talk
なこと
about
よ
our
り
next
僕たちが
issue,
今話
since
す
we
べきは
didn't get to
昨
discuss
日
it
できなかった
yesterday.
企画の話だ。
Everyone sounded upset. Even Kurisa joined in.
ケチ。
You're such a jerk.
Come on. It's not like it'll hurt you.
そうだ。
Yeah, that's right.
なんと
I
言おう
don't
と
care
ダメ
what
だ
you。say. The answer is no. We'll talk more about our plans for the next project at lunch, okay? It was clear that nothing good would come from talking to them about it. I tried to force the conversation to change direction, but...
お、
Huh?
なんで
Why
昼
lunch?
休み？
We usually meet
部活
after
は
school,
放課後だよ
right?
ね。あ、
Oh,
今
I just saw him
明らかに
freeze up a
復活し
little.
ましたね。
which means...
放課後に
he's
何
got
かあ
after
る
school
って
plans.
ことですな。
いや、
No,
それは
that's...
あるのね。
You do, don't you?
あるな。
You do.
あるね。
You really do.
Everyone found out immediately. Will I be able to complete my mission after school? No, I have to. For the sake of my bright, shining future.
それじゃあ
Okay,
また放課後
see you
に
after
来るね
school.
伊藤先輩、
Ito
ちゃん
senpai,
と見
keep an
張
eye
っ
on
てて
him,
くださいね。
alright?
Sure,
任せとけ。
leave it to me.
楽しみだ
I
ね。
can't wait till after
放
school.
課後。
つまり
So, when you put
こ
this
こまで
all
をまと
together,
め
you
る
see,
とだね。
I kept thinking about what would happen after school, even during Mr. Wakui's lecture. Ozaki Yume. A girl whom everyone claimed was not only the prettiest girl in her grade, but the most beautiful in the school. I thought about going to see what she was like this morning, but eventually decided not to. She saw me. She'd think I'd come to check her out.
宮代先
So you're the type of person who judges someone by their appearance, huh? I'm disappointed.
輩、幻滅です。
If that happened, everything would be ruined. I wonder what she's like. Her voice is cute. I know that for a fact. If you can tell whether someone is pretty from their voice, then I can say without a doubt that she must be gorgeous. The real question is what she's like on the inside. Even if she is cute, I don't want to date a girl who's a shallow slut, hello? The whole, but only if they're hot thing is for shallow people with shallow minds. I mean, sure. A common, if unspoken, admonition to many things girls say about guys they like. For example, I like a man who is funny, but only if they're hot. Or, I like a man who can cook, but only if they're hot. It is a simple, blunt phrase used to denote that no matter how much one likes a gesture or action performed by the opposite sex, it will not be effective unless they are attractive. Nikiri. A true right-sider like me won't be deceived by appearances. But still. They say you can't judge a book by its cover, but it's also true that what's on the outside of a person reflects on who they are inside. Which means that on the inside, she has to be.
それじゃあこの
Alright,
先
who
を
can read this next part?
宮代君に読ん
Miyashiro-kun?
でもらおうかな。 宮代くん。
Hey, Miyashiro. He's calling on you, Miyashiro. Huh? I suddenly realized the whole class was looking at me.
宮代くん。
Miyashiro-kun, were you
もしか
not
して聞いてな
listening?
かった？
Oh, no. I stood up and then froze. Crap. Where am I supposed to be reading from exactly?
122ページ4行目だ。
Page 122, line 4, Miyashiro. Ito, I owe you one. This is the dream I had. I was sitting, arms crossed, at the head of a bed. A woman was lying there, face up, and told me in a small voice that she was going to die. Her long hair draped across the pillow, framing a face that was soft and round. There was just a hint of red blood beneath the pale skin of her cheeks, and her lips, of course, were red as well. And then she said, in a soft but clear voice, in my dream, I become a butterfly. That's the name of the chapter. Butterfly. And a butterfly floating here and there. As I read the passage, I started to get confused. I had to read Soseki's 10 Nights of Dreams in class before, but I didn't remember this part at all. And I thought that yes, she was going to die. So I leaned over her and asked, are you a human dreaming you're a butterfly? Or are you a butterfly dreaming you're a human? Both the human and the butterfly are indeed going to die, the woman said. Thus she opened her eyes and said that you're dreaming too. If you don't get out soon, you won't be able to get out at all, Taku. What? Hey, Miyashiro-kun, what the hell are you reading? No, My classmates must have found my reaction funny, because they all started to laugh. Come on. I know you had some good luck lately, but get a hold of yourself, man. I just stood there in shock as the rest of the class laughed at me. I looked back at the textbook, and there was nothing like that written there. Of course, the text certainly didn't have my name in it. What the hell was that? Was that just a delusion? I come to think of it, something weird had happened last night too. Was Ito right? Am I just feeling overwhelmed because I've been chosen as a news commentator and received a love letter? Or am I still tired after all the stuff that happened with the case? The harder I tried to think about it, the harder it got to think at all. Sheesh. Looks like you're still tired. Why not go wash your face? I'm sorry, sir. I could feel the rest of the class staring at me as I weaved my way through the desks and out to the hallway. I should probably just do what he suggested and go wash my face. Maybe that'll make my head feel clearer. My footsteps echoed down the empty hallway as I headed for the washroom, when suddenly I saw it again. There was no way I could mistake it for anything else. It really was a D-sword. And the person holding it was...
Uki.
But why? Before I could say anything, she turned around. But wait! I ran away on tiny feet. I ran after her. I was sure she went this way. I found Uki and quickly ran over to her.
Uki!
Uki looked up at me, confused. Her bangs were a little wet, and she'd been wiping them with a handkerchief. She wasn't holding a D-sword. She was just holding a girly handkerchief. What are you
何をしてるん
doing?
だ
実は
I fell
授
asleep
業中
during
にうっか
class,
り居眠り
and
を
the
してしま
teacher
って
told me to go wash
それ
my
で
face.
先生に顔を洗ってくるようにって
居眠り
Fell asleep.
はい
Yes,
そ
I've been helping out the
最近
dorm all day
朝
lately,
早くから
and
夜
I
遅
guess
くま
I'm
で
getting
施
a
設の
little
お手伝いを
tired.
しているので疲れてしまったみたいで
Her little body seemed to get even smaller as she apologized. Looking at her now, it was impossible to believe that she might have been planning to do something evil with her D sword.
そう
I see.
I'm ashamed to say
恥
it,
ずかしい話で
but
すが
Her cheeks went red with shame, and she turned her head downward.
それじゃ
I'll be getting
私は
back to
授業に
class then.
ああ
Okay. Inky bowed her head and then disappeared down the hall. And there it was again. I was seeing things again. What was happening to me? Lunchtime came, and I went to the clubroom like I'd originally planned. I was still thinking about the creepy thing I'd seen.
Hello, everyone. It's the moment you've all been looking forward to. It's time for the Huggy Home Lunchbox. We're here to brighten up your lunch hour, so let's get right to it.
The Broadcasting Club was playing their daily lunch broadcast. How many people actually look forward to this?
Now, today is November 5th. That's the day they found King Tut's tomb. It's also National Apple Appreciation Day. Yum yum.
Okay.
Still, it's been getting really cold lately. I'd rather have a yummy orange while sitting under a heated blanket.
Kotatsu.
Heated blankets are amazing, aren't they? Even the scariest person in the world couldn't help but fall asleep under one. Doesn't it make you feel good sleeping under a heated blanket? Once I fall asleep, I don't get up. I tell myself, you have to wake up, you have to wake up. You have to wake up, you have to wake up, you have to wake up. You have to wake up, Taku.
What was that? Is someone calling my name?
You can't stay there. You have to wake up, or you won't be able to come back.
I won't be able to come back? What does that mean?
おい
Wait, what do you mean?
Alright, let's play a song request. We'll begin with Phantasm and their hit song.
The lunchtime broadcast was back to normal. All the other students were acting like nothing was out of the ordinary. They're discussing what anime was good this season or where they were going after school. It was like that broadcast had never happened.
やっぱり
This is so
お
weird.
かしい
At this point, even I had to admit that something wasn't right. Was I going crazy? You've been crazy, dude.
タクルさん
Takuri-san, what's wrong?
I heard a voice and turned around. And I gasped again. Nikki was standing there, holding a shining blade.
What's wrong?
Huh? What the hell? I adjusted my glasses and took another look. Nuki was in front of me, but she wasn't holding a D-sword. Her oval eyes went wide with surprise.
その
Have I done something wrong?
いや
No,
何
it's
もないんだ
nothing.
そう
I
ですか
see.
I tried to act calm, but Yuki didn't seem satisfied.
その
you're going to the club room too, right?
はい。
Yes.
一緒に
Want to
行こう
go
か。
with me?
Yes.
I walked ahead so that she couldn't see how worried I was getting on the inside. I could feel her following me from behind.
Oh, there they are. Ciao.
Everyone was already in the room.
I'll
私
make
お茶
some
入れ
tea.
ますね。
I watched Yuki start to make the tea, like always, and sat down in my chair.
お
なんだ
What's
なん
up?
だ
Why the
でっかい
big
ため息なん
sigh?
かついて
Don't tell me she dumped you
まさか昨日
already.
の今日でいきなり彼女に振られでもしたか
No,
そんなん
that's
じゃ
not
ない
it. I let my head droop down as I tried to think. What was happening to me didn't seem to make sense. Was it only happening to me? Either way, I didn't think I'd be able to solve this problem on my own. Which meant...
あのさ
Listen,
ちょっと
I
聞い
want
て
to
ほしい
ask
ん
you
だけど
guys something.
どうしたの
What's up?
改まって。
あのさ
Actually...
実は
And then I told them about everything that had happened since last night. I didn't mention Yuki's name since she was right there.
うー
Wow. That doesn't sound good,
大
does
丈夫
it?
なのかな。専門のお医者
Maybe
様
we
に見
should
ても
have
ら
a
った方が
specialist
いい
take
か
a
も
look
しれ
at
ない
you.
わね。うん。
Everyone started to give their own opinions.
私は
I don't think you should
あんまり
worry
考
too
えすぎない
much.
方がいい
It
と
might just
思い
be
ますけどね。
stress.
ほら、気の持ちようってのもありますし。
そうそ
And
う
that's right.
女
You're
の子
just
から手
excited
紙もらっ
because
て
you got a
舞い上がっ
love
てるだけ
letter.
だろそう
Do you guys really think that's all this is? That's all it is? Maybe I was just overthinking things. In all honesty, I didn't want to think too hard about it. Maybe I just wanted to hear that everything was okay. I did feel a little better getting it off my chest.
タク
あ
Oh,
いや
that's nothing.
参考になった
You've all been a big
礼を
help.
言うよ
Thanks.
もういいの
Is that all you wanted to say about it?
な
Yeah.
あそれに
We have to talk
企画の
about our
話も
next
しなく
project
ちゃなら
too.
ないし
We can't talk
いつま
about
で
my
も
problems
僕の問
forever,
題にか
right?
まけている時間もないだろ
それはそうだ
That's
けど。
true, but
それじゃあ改め
Alright,
て
so about that
今後の
project.
活動についてだけど
それじゃあ、
so
当
you
面
settled
の
on
活動
doing a
目標
report
は
on the
渋
Shibuya
谷復興
Restoration
祭のレポ
Festival,
ートっていうこ
correct?
とでいいわね。
We ended up picking the obvious answer for our project. I've been opposed to it until now, but after what was happening to me, I honestly didn't care anymore. I've been just as happy to do a cooking video. Even the excitement I've been feeling for my after-school date was beginning to fade. As the school day drew to a close, I kept turning my phone on and then turning it off again. Of course, I was thinking of calling Awazaki-san. My mood kept getting darker and darker as afternoon classes proceeded, and I didn't feel like I was up for a date anymore. It wouldn't be right to spend a date feeling like this, and more than anything it would be rude to her. Part of me wanted to do it another day, and part of me didn't want to waste this chance. I thought and thought and...
やっぱり
I guess I'll tell her I'm not feeling well, and that we should do it
別の日
another
に会
day.
わせてもらおう
May as well get it over with then. I turned my phone on again before I could change my mind, and then tapped in her number. She didn't answer. One more time. She still didn't answer. I kept trying, but she never picked up. Come to think of it, she would have seen that I called last night, but she hadn't called me back. If you got a call from someone you liked, wouldn't you normally pick up right away, or call back as soon as you could?
仕方ない
Oh well. It might not be ideal, but it would be better than blowing her off. I decided to visit the second-year classrooms, but I didn't know what Awazaki-san looked like. I only knew her name and phone number. Maybe I should have asked Ito first, but there was no helping that now.
せめて有
If
村
only
がいれば
Arimita were here. She'd be able to tell me what class Awazaki was in, at least. I went to Arimita's classroom, but I couldn't find her. She must have gone home already. I guess I'll have to...
Hi.
Yes. I worked up a little courage I had and asked one of the girls walking by. Can I ask you something?
なん
What
ですか
is it?
その
Do you know what class
Awazaki
Awazaki
Yume-san
Yume-san is in?
どこですか
は
だから
Awazaki Yume-san,
Awazaki Yume-san.
I said.
青崎
That was strange. If she was the prettiest girl in school, she should have at least heard of her.
あの
I asked someone else, but
青崎さん
Awazaki-san, do you know her?
知らない
Nope. I don't think there's anybody in our grade with that
2年にはいな
name.
くない
Squints. There wasn't. Arimita had said she was the prettiest girl in the school, not just the second-year class. Ito knew about her too, and he even been jealous of me. I tried to talk to her last night on their phone. Or I talked to her last night on the phone. I decided to visit the first-year class just to be sure. Maybe I heard wrong and Awazaki-san was a first-year student, not a second-year student. But
いませんよ
There's no girl with that
その子
name here.
what the hell is going on? How could there be nobody named Awazaki Yume in our either grade? No, I know. I decided to call Arimita. I would have done that sooner personally, but you know.
くそ
Damn it. This was the first time I could remember where she had picked up the phone. Fine, I'll send an email. I waited but got no answer. What the hell? What was happening here? A black shadow started to weigh down on my heart. Did this have something to do with the other strange things that were happening around me? Or was my earlier guess right, and Harimura and the others were trying to prank me? I wasn't going to get anywhere sitting around all day waiting for an answer. I ended up going to Cafe Lux, where we were supposed to meet. I was sure if I went there, I would be able to find her. Even if it was a prank, my friends would all be there, eagerly awaiting my arrival. Either way, I'd learned something.
も
I went into the cafe and looked around from a slightly concealed vantage point.
何を
What
して
are
お
you
る
doing?
あいや
Oh, well,
まあよい
Whatever. She's been waiting on you for a short while.
あそう
oh, okay. Huh? Wait a second.
今なんで
What did you just say?
待ち
She's
人じゃ
waiting. Look, over there.
逆に
Oh,
I adjusted my glasses and took another look. Cute.
よかった
I'm so glad you came. I've been waiting for you, Miyashiro-senpai.
She's Awazaki Yume. All thought evaporated from my mind. The world quickly lost its color, and all the noise around me seemed to fade away. The only thing I could see was the girl in front of me. A shock like a gunshot went through my chest. Her silken hair, her long eyelashes, her oval eyes like stars, her perfect nose, her lips the color of pale cherry blossoms. Her chest was the perfect size, not too large and not too small, and her hips were curvy, but not too curvy. Her skin was smooth and glowed like there was a light shining from within her. And more than anything, her beautiful smile as she looked at me. Every part of her body seemed to have been blessed by the goddess of beauty herself. Oh, whispered, "Moi moi cute." It's so funny, goddamn.
先輩
Yes, she was an angel. She was a miracle who had descended from heaven. She was customized to be exactly what I wanted. And that was no exaggeration. It was the only way I could think of it. I was looking at the very incarnation of everything I'd ever wanted in a girl. Okay. I think Skullbook is having an alarm going off. It's throwing me off, personally. Anyways. What could I call this except a miracle? All the doubts in the back of my mind crumbled away, like sand blown by the wind. All the girls in the lower classes that Hekiho had told me they never heard of Alasaki Yume, but she was right here, right in front of me. What other fact could I possibly need?
どうしたんですか
What's wrong, senpai?
Here we go, baby. So, either way, we're getting a bad end from this point. Let's first get the negative delusion bad end. And that's right, I didn't need anything else. Everything I needed was right in front of me. Believe, and you shall be saved, as they say. Did you wait long? But just as I took a step toward her, I heard loud steps coming up at the outside stairs. The footsteps stopped, and then I heard the door open. I turned and saw. Here we go. Who was that? I turned around. Oh boy. I froze in place when I saw who it was. The temperature in my body dropped rapidly and my heart turned to ice. It was her. Haida Riko, the pyrokinetic I thought was dead. My stomach started to shake from the tension. The terror dried up my throat, and all the nerves in my body seemed to short out. My knees were shaking. I need to run. Otherwise she'll kill me. She'll kill me! But the sheer hatred in her eyes overwhelmed me to the point where I couldn't even move a single muscle. I can't move. Everything is stuck in place. My body isn't moving, even though I'm telling it to. It's all your fault. Die! The woman in front of me said nothing, but I felt like I could hear her whispering to me. A scream burst from my throat. The next moment, damn, they better have paid his VA good money, cause damn. My body burst into flames. Oddly enough, there wasn't that much pain. But my brain was telling me clearly that was in mortal danger. There was the terrible smell of scorching protein and burning hair. Burns do a lot more damage to the body than people think. Burns over just half the body are enough to kill you. From the intensity of the heat, I could tell that over 80% of my body had been burned. And there were probably third-degree burns too. A burn that damages the entire epidermis and dermis and may even damage the subcutaneous tissue underneath. Second degree and higher burns require immediate hospitalization. A third degree burn was bad enough that instead of pain you felt nothing at all. And there was no way to save me. The pyrokinetics flames were burning me alive. rolled around and tried to put out the fire as best as I could, but it was simply the last impulsive struggle of my survival instincts. The fire was so hot that all the oxygen around me had vanished, and it was starting to suffocate. Why is this happening? I thought she was dead. So why? Everything slowly started to fade away. And as it did, I could see Uki walking up to me, crying and sniffling. In her hand was the beautiful D sword. The last thing I saw was the way it shone in the light of the fire. RIP. Okay, let's get that neutral one. Of course, this was the entrance to a store, and there was always going to be footsteps of people coming in and out. I ignored it and started to walk forward. Suddenly, I lost my balance. I was overtaken with surprise. My body was flailing backward. I could guess the cause. The person who'd come up to me from behind and grabbed me by the collar, then flung me backward. Huh? I fell down with tremendous speed. My body slammed down on the middle of the stairs. I bounced off and fell more, and then this time I hit my neck. My body writhed at the bottom of the stairs. Strangely, I didn't feel any pain. My brain was emitting chemicals to dull the pain. But I could tell. Not only had I fractured my skull, but I heard the sound of my neck snapping. I could tell. But there was no saving me now. The flame of my life had been burning so brightly a moment ago, and I was about to be blown out so easily. But why? Why did this happen to me? And who was the person staring at me from the top of the stairs? Doubts swirled in my mind as I began to cough up blood, and the whole world turned black. Yeah, no, that seems like a neutral delusion to bad end, given the previous one, which was the negative delusion. And you know what we gotta do? We gotta now pick the positive delusion and get yet another bad ending. Isn't this fun? Who's at the door now? Oh, it's Erika. Hi.
Onoe?
Oh no, what are you doing here? Did you follow me?
I didn't follow you. I came here behind you.
The difference being... Those both mean the same thing. Why did you do that?
Because...
Yeah.
Huh?
I couldn't hear you. Say it clearly.
Because I wanted to know what happened.
Sarika stuck her lips out into a pout and sulked. You probably think this is funny, right? I don't think that's very nice.
No, that's not it.
Then what is it?
You know, Taku.
Sarika never held back about saying anything she was thinking, but now she looked really hesitant. I felt weird seeing her act this way.
Taku, what are you going to tell Yume-chan? Are you going to tell her, okay, and then things get all lovey-dovey?
Lovey-dovey?
You're going to say okay, right? You are, right?
Well,
we knew it. You are. Either you're going to flirt with each other and then kiss in the classroom after school.
What are you talking about?
I mean, She's the prettiest girl in school, right? Why would you refuse?
Listen, it's none of your business what I do.
お前には関係ないだろ。
I felt like she was throwing a tantrum, and I reacted coldly. Normally, she just complained more, but today, something was different about Terika.
おのえ
It is my business.
The lighting of the cafe reflected off her wet eyes. No way. I had no idea. I had no idea that Terika could look so sad.
It is my business.
Wait.
I've been watching you for longer than anybody. I've been with you longer than anybody. And to tell you the truth, I always loved you more than anybody. But now I'm losing you to a girl that shows up out of nowhere. I don't want that.
Yeah, that's fair. All I could do was stand there like an idiot as she sobbed. Terika is in love with me? Dumbass. She always has been? No, but she's never shown any signs of that. I had no idea what to do. At no time in my short life had I ever dealt with anything like this. Just calm down. And that was all I could say. I'd always thought of Serika as a friend, as someone I could always count on regardless of her sex. I never really seen her as a girl. I thought that we could always be friends like that. But...
Forget it! Taku, you're such an idiot.
She turned away and ran down the stairs, the tears reflecting in the light as they streamed down her face. Wait, hey, listen to me. I tried to follow after her when... What? Was that a delusion? Then where's the real Serika?
Huh?
No, I'm sorry. The footsteps coming up the stairs weren't Serika's. They belonged to a man I'd never seen before. Serika, in love with me? What was I thinking? That's impossible.
Huh?
What? Huh? I suddenly gasped in surprise. Anosaki-san had been right there in that chair a moment ago, but now she'd vanished. I looked all around the room, but she was nowhere to be seen. Had she gotten annoyed watching me just stand there and gone home? No, that was impossible. And there's only one entrance to the cafe. It was impossible for her to leave without me seeing it. I went to where she'd been sitting and took a closer look. But there was nothing on the table. There was no sign that anyone had even put a water glass on the table, and the chair was pushed in. And there's nothing to hint that anybody had been sitting there at all. What's going on? What's happening? I saw a girl sitting here. I know I heard her voice. Was that all a hallucination? Another product of my delusions? I suddenly felt a gaze. I looked around the cafe, but didn't see anyone. I looked outside. And outside the window, on the other side of the street where the sun was setting, I saw a tiny silhouette looking up at me.
Uki.
And there was no doubt about it. As she looked at me with silent, calm eyes, there was an elegant and razor-sharp blade in her hand. I ran out of the store. This time I'm sure of it. Uki was watching me. What was Uki doing there? If I could find that out, I might be able to find out what's going on. That certainly spurred me to action. I ran as fast as I could after her as she fled. She was just a little kid. At this distance, I'll definitely be able to catch up to her. At least that's what I thought. But no matter how fast I ran, I didn't seem to get any closer. What was this weird sensation? It wasn't that my sense of distance was screwed up. It was like I was chasing something that wasn't there. I was moving my legs as fast as I could, but it was like in a nightmare where you're running from someone who's chasing you, and you don't seem to be moving at all. This time, my desperation pushed me beyond my limits. My lungs felt like they were on fire. My sides stung from lack of exercise. My legs were screaming that they were about to give up, but I forced myself to keep going. Yuki turned around and saw me, and then slipped through the turnstile to escape. I followed her through. Huh? I'd been in such a hurry that I hadn't put my card up to the machine, but it had let me through anyway. I had done the same for Uki too. She hadn't gotten out her card either. No, worry about that later. I ran up the stairs to the platforms. And I was just in time to see a train slide into the Harajuku platform and watch Uki get on. Wait, Uki, wait! Huh? It disappeared. Uki had just gotten onto a green car from the Yamanote line, and it was suddenly gone. It hadn't left the station. I would at least be able to see it then. The whole platform was quiet, like the train had never existed in the first place. And it wasn't only that. The whole station was strangely dark. I couldn't see a single person. What? A cold chill ran up my back. What was going on? I looked around again and again, but the place was as quiet as the surface of the moon. Complete silence. Complete emptiness. There were no customers and no employees either. The information boards were all black and showed nothing at all. Huh? This is impossible. Shibuya is supposed to be the 5th busiest station in Japan. Right. Where's Uki? I forced my tired legs to move and look around for Uki. But the only sound on the platform was my footsteps, and there was no sign of Uki or anyone else. Damn it, what is happening? What the hell is going on here? I felt like someone had torn open my skull and started fiddling with my hippocampus. I went down the platform and through the turnstile, and everything was back to normal. I had no idea what was going on anymore. And then I heard the sound of the train coming in above me, as if it was mocking me. I ran back up the stairs, feeling the people around me staring at me in bewilderment. But when I got there, the platform was as empty as before. I had no idea what was going on anymore. The more I thought about it, the more confused I got. I staggered down the stairs, feeling defeated. Once I got back down, the world was normal again. I didn't feel surprised anymore. I just felt empty. I put my back to the wall and let myself slide to the ground. Maybe I had gone crazy. I looked up and saw a commercial for a music artist playing on the big TV above Scramble Crossing. Hi, Fess. It was playing a song by Phantasm that had just been released a few days before. And suddenly, there was now static on the screen.
Please, listen.
That voice.
Taku, please.
Taku, you, listen, ours, here. Serika? And Kurisu too? Why am I hearing their voices from the TV? Careful, you're trapped in a delusion of Shibuya. Delusion of Shibuya? If you want to escape, you have to... I heard a noise, and their voices vanished, only to be replaced by the Phantasm music video once more. Was that a hallucination? No. It was another message, like the ones I heard before. A delusion of Shibuya. And the lights in the intersection changed, and the people started to move. And beyond them, standing in a gap between the crowds, I saw a girl. It was Yamazoe Uki, holding her D-sword. Suddenly, I felt like a dam burst in my mind. Gigalomaniacs. Yamazoe Uki's power as a gigalomaniac is to reboot other people's thoughts and desires. Yeah, he figured it out. That's right. The whole thing started when I had that nightmare about being stabbed by Uki's D-sword. Then this must be... I started to move. The light was about to turn red, but I ran across the intersection anyway. I forced my way to the other side of the street as the car horns blared at me. I finally caught you. When I grabbed her by her tiny shoulders, Uki jerked and looked me up at me in shock.
Takure-san.
The D-sword she'd been holding had vanished. But that didn't matter anymore. Sorry, but you won't be able to fool me anymore. Just tell me the truth about what's going on. Pretending to be scared isn't going to work, you know. Uki, you just had your D-sword out, didn't you? Everything that's been happening around me, and that's your fault, isn't it? Uki shook her head frantically to the left and right, as if she was trying to wriggle out of my grasp. No, I'm not letting you go until you tell me the truth. She looked around for help. I realized that the people around me were staring at me suspiciously. Stares, stares, stares. They formed a circle, looking at me with cold, inconsiderate eyes. Hey, you! Two black shadows forced their way through the crowd. You, I mean you. What are you doing there? No, no. This is bad. What's wrong? Are you doing something you shouldn't be? No, she and I are friends. Every criminal says that. Criminal? No, You can tell us at the station. Now, come with me. Strong arms grabbed me and held me tight. Yuki slipped out of my grasp. She slid through the crowd and disappeared from my sight. If I get arrested here, not only will my life be over, but I might not lose a critical clue. Are you a student? This is a Hekiho uniform, isn't it? Oh, I see. That explains it. Hey, wait! I forced my way free and ran into the crowd. Stop! Does anyone ever actually stop when they hear that? If I was going to stop, I wouldn't have started running in the first place. I practically body slammed my way through the crowd, running as fast as I could while the people around cursed at me. How much time had I spent running today? I felt like I'd been chasing a phantom of Yuki forever. At some point, my legs started to move on their own. I couldn't see the police anymore, but I was still terrified they might appear at any second. The only place I could go to was Alba dorm.
Takuru?
Kurusu's eyes went wide as she saw me run in, out of breath. My lungs were begging me for oxygen. My heart was about to burn out, like an engine low on gas. What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? What happened? I thought I'd be able to speak, but my throat had dried up too much for me to get the words out. Just have some water and calm down. Usually I'd ask for him out of you instead, but now wasn't the time. I took a gulp of water from the glass Kurusu brought me, and finally calmed down. So, what happened? Is it true? Calm down before you start speaking. I can't understand what you're talking about. You've been sending me all these messages lately, right? Are they true? Messages? And that's right. You keep telling me this isn't Shibuya. I swallowed the rest of my sentence when I saw the look on her face. She was blinking at me in confusion, with her head tilted to one side. It was clear she had no idea what I was talking about.
Takuru?
No. Never mind. Let's say, just hypothetically, that this isn't the real Shibuya. If that is the case, that means the girl in front of me isn't the real Kurusu. It's just a delusional version of her. One that's only a part of this world of delusions. Which would mean that I'm probably wasting my time asking her anything. And there's no point. Where's Uki? I decided to do something else. Did something happen with Uki-chan? Is she in her room? No, she's not back yet. But I think she will be soon. Yuki shouldn't know that I'm here. And there's no other place for her to go, as far as I know. So all I have to do is wait here for her. What's wrong, Takaru? Tell me. No, that's nothing. It doesn't look like nothing. What happened with Uki-chan? Kurusu was acting like she was really worried. It's fine. And there's nothing you need to worry about. I just want to ask her something, is all. Is that really it? Yeah. So I couldn't... Yeah, so can I stay here and wait for her? It's nothing weird, right? Huh? But you want to ask Uki-chan. She's going through a lot, so you need to be nice to her. I know that. I hope so. Kurusu headed for the kitchen. She still looked worried. She was probably getting ready for dinner. For my part, I decided to sit there and wait like I said I would. Come to think of it, what happened to Awazaki Yume? I thought I saw her at Cafe Lax, but then she quickly disappeared. Maybe she was just another hallucination. I took out my phone and looked at the call history. I tapped the screen to call her number. And she answered, that there was a lot I wanted to ask her. And she didn't. As I listened to the phone ring, a strange sort of urgency started to well up within me. There's no sign of her picking up. It rang 20 or 30 times without even going to an answering machine. Damn it. I was getting nowhere, so I decided to end the call and try again. I didn't know what her plan was, but it would make this a battle of wills. I'd keep calling again and again until she picked up. I'd call again and again and again. How many times had I called her by now? It was more times than I could count on both hands. I knew that much, but not once had she answered the phone. Maybe the monotonous sound of the ringing was getting to me, because I was starting to get sleepy. It had been a stressful day, both physically and mentally. My mind, body, and soul were all worn out, and the exhaustion was building up. My eyelids started to feel heavy. It became harder and harder to stay awake. No. Don't fall asleep.
Takuru?
Kurusu had come back from the kitchen at some point and was standing next to me.
クルス
もうダ
Aw,
メよ。
don't sleep here.
そんなところ
You'll
で
catch a
寝ちゃ
cold.
風邪ひいちゃうじゃない。
違う
No,
僕
はい。
Right, right.
わかっ
Just
たか
come
ら
with me.
こっちにい
I'll
らっしゃい。
put out a futon
お布
for
団敷い
you.
てあげるから。
No.
ここで寝ちゃうよ
You'll
り
get more rest sleeping
少し
in a
の時間
futon
で
for a
も
little.
ちゃんと布
Instead
団
of
で寝
just
た方が
sleeping
疲れも
here.
取れるから。
Kurusu grabbed me by the hand and stood me up.
もう
You're so silly
しょうがないんだから。
sometimes. I didn't get the sense from Kurusu's voice that she was giving me an order. Her voice was filled with kindness and compassion. I was too tired. Her voice was too soft for me to resist. I let her take me where she wanted me to go. I was so sleepy. I wasn't even sure what I was feeling.
はい。
Okay.
こっ
This
ち
way.
よ。
Kurusu brought me into what looked like a girl's room. Everything was colored pink and made for the taste of a little girl. This is... Yeah, that's right. This is Uki's room. The Chifel run she got is on the side shelf on its little pot. This is definitely Uki's room. But why here?
お布団
I just hung the futon out to dry
今朝干したばかりだから
this morning,
ふか
so it
ふか
should be
なは
nice
ず
and
よ。
comfy. But still, it's not right to sleep in a girl's room when she isn't there. Wait, that's not the real question I should be asking. Then, what is... I didn't know. I didn't have the mental capacity... Capacity? I didn't have the mental capacity left to think about it. Or perhaps it was Hypnos, the god of sleep, tempting me. In Greek mythology, a god said to rule over sleep, the younger brother of Thanatos, the god of death. Regardless, it didn't matter what it was. I just wanted to sleep. The desire to sleep was controlling my body and mind. As I fell into Uki's bed, I was surrounded by the gentle, mild scent of a young girl. It was a clean, sweet scent, like freshly washed sheets. The scent made me even more tired, and my eyelids slowly began to. A phone call. My phone was making a noise in my pocket. Who could be calling at this hour? I'm sleepy. Call me some other time. But the phone didn't stop ringing, no matter how long I waited. Give it up. I'm trying to sleep here. And who are you anyway? And they just wouldn't stop, even though my mind was still hazy. It felt like I had no choice but to pick up the phone. The name on the display was...
Aozaki Yume.
Oh, right. Maybe she saw my call and finally decided to call back. That's right, I had to find out who she is. I have to answer the phone. I tried to move my fingers to tap the call button icon, but my body felt far heavier than it should have. I just needed to move my finger a little, but it was like my body belonged to someone else. I need to answer it quickly. Or she might just hang up. But it was like my body was paralyzed and it wouldn't move. It was like I was in a dream. A dream? But then who's the one dreaming? Me or someone else? No, that doesn't matter. I need to pick up the phone. If I don't hurry, she'll hang up. Hurry, hurry. I put all my strength into my fingertip and finally was able to answer the call. Hello. My voice was so exhausted that it was hard to believe those were my own words. Even as I talked, it felt like I was going to be dragged into the forest to sleep. Hello? I was too out of it to even tell whose voice it was on the phone.
Taku, can you hear me? Taku?
He was calling me.
Listen, Takuru, at this rate, you're never going to wake up. You need to hurry and... Please, wake up, Taku.
Where are they? Isn't Aozaki Yume supposed to be on the phone? It's not working. His consciousness level is still dropping. At this rate, Miyashiro is going to die.
No.
Keep calling out to him. More than you're doing now. I couldn't even tell who was saying what anymore. I was falling into the abyss of sleep.
Listen, Takuru. What you're seeing isn't real. The real you was badly hurt, and you're in a hospital bed. Please, Taku, remember, you're not going to be able to come back. Please come back.
I could hear desperate cries, from very close and from far away. But it was amazing how little they seemed to matter to me at the moment. A gentle light enveloped me, and I fell asleep. Where am I? Huh? I'm supposed to be in Uki's room. Is this real? Or is this a dream? A dream? Whose dream? Mine? Well, I screamed as something suddenly came into view. Tiny little boxes in the shape of a person. Dark red liquid flowing out of them. An overwhelming metallic stench. Inside the boxes was... So, tell me, how did it feel to lose someone you cared about? How does it feel to have nothing but regrets, and to know how powerless you are? That's right. She was everything to me, and you let her die. But now my revenge can be complete. Ito... You... Now it's your turn, Miyashiro. Did you bring that scalpel and anesthetic? I was so angry about Yui's death. If not, it's going to hurt real bad. Just like it did for Yui-chan. Yuito. What? Are you going to cry and beg me not to kill you? Get on your knees and weep. You really...
Oh, Takari-san.
I guess when I heard the voice behind me.
Good. I found you. Listen, Yui-chan is...
And then, Yuki saw the boxes near my feet and froze. Shocked, she looked at them, and then at me, as if she was trying to say something, and then she saw Ito.
Yui-chan is...
Don't interrupt me! This is the best part. Miyashiro's miserable from the loss of his dear sister, and now he's going to die. You're not part of this, so shut up and watch. Ito turned toward me. Yuki looked at the boxes again. Then she finally seemed to understand the meaning of Ito's words, and then...
No.
She took half a step back.
No.
And screamed. And then glared at him in fury. But what? Her D-sword appeared in her small hand. What the hell? What's gotten into her? Yuki staggered forward, flailing the sword wildly. Ito had no idea how to handle his sudden attacker. Wait, Yuki, Ito is still... I got between them, and then... Here we go again. An impact. Pain. Heat. That's right. She stabbed me with her D-sword.
No.
I finally remembered. That was what had happened. Was that reality? That was I inside my delusion just now? I could hear voices.
Please, wake up. Come back to us, Takaru.
I could hear Shirika and Kurisu on the phone. Huh? What's going on? Was that a dream? Was I... Oh, that's right. This is Uki's room. I fell asleep in Uki's room. I was on the phone. I called Awazaki Yume. And then they called me.
Taku, can't you hear me?
And that's right. Sarika's voice is calling me. Huh? Suddenly, something flew by me and knocked the phone out of my hands. And fell on the floor. Its body split open by something sharp. My mind was still hazy as I forced myself to look up at the person holding the shining blade above me. Standing next to the bed, her face filled with desperation, was...
No, you can't learn anymore. This world is your reality. ざっくり
この世界こそ
さん。
があなたのタクルさんの現実なんです。
Her voice was as sad and desperate as the expression on her face.
どういう
What
ことだ
are you talking about? Yuki closed her eyes just for a moment.
優しい
A
家
warm,
族、
loving family,
温かい
kind
友達、
friends,
楽しいこと、
fun things,
嬉しいこと、
pleasant things,
幸せなこ
happy
とだ
things,
けが
and nothing
ずっと
else
ずっと
going
繰り
on
返し
forever
繰
and
り返し
ever.
どこまでもどこまでも続いている。これが現
This is the
実の
real
渋谷。
Shibuya. For
これ
you.
が
This
タクル
is
さん
real.
にとっての現実。
What's wrong with that?
それでいいじゃないですか。
違う
No. I struggled to get up, but my body wouldn't move.
何が
What's so wrong
Shiran
with
ですか？
that?
それ
It's...
Wha-
What's wrong with it? If the dream I had was right, I won't like what's waiting for me when I wake up. Compared to that, this is paradise. Just like Uki said, here there'd be nothing but fun things, pleasant things, and happy things in my life. But is that truly living?
やっぱり
This isn't. I finally managed to get the strength in my arms and stomach to sit up.
やっぱりここは
This isn't real.
現実なんかじゃない
I was trying to tell myself that. No matter how much I didn't want to admit it, no matter how much I didn't want to accept it, no matter how much I wanted to ignore it, if that was the truth, even if I'd almost died after being stabbed by Uki's D sword, as long as I was still alive,
やめて。
Stop it.
お願いです
Please
からやめ
stop.
てください。
You don't have to suffer anymore.
Yuki,
どうしてなんですか？
This world can be anything you wish for.
ここはどんな幸せな世界にもなるんです。それなの
So,
に、
why are you trying to destroy this happiness?
そんな風にせっかくの幸せを壊そうとするんですか？
そんなこと言ったって
a dream's just a
夢は
dream.
夢でしかない
At some point, you have to wake up and face reality.
覚めない方
Some
がい
dreams
い
are
夢だってあ
better
り
not
ま
to
す。
wake up from.
Yuki looked like she was about to cry.
私は
I hurt you so badly that you might die.
命に関わるような大きな怪我を負わせてしまいました。もしかしたら
You may never be able
二
to
度
go
と
back to
今ま
your
での
old
ような
life.
生活はできないかもしれない。たとえ今
Even if you do go back
現
to
実に戻
reality
った
now,
としても
all that's waiting for you is a life of
あ
pain,
なたを待って
misery,
いるのは
and other horrible
辛くて
things.
苦しくて嫌なことだらけの人生ですよ。そんなの
Is that really
生き
living?
てるって言えるんで
Is
す
there
か？
any point in being alive
生
like
きてる
that?
意味があるんですか？
And the words she said grew in mass and density, creating ripples in my heart. And they weighed down heavily upon me, and my mind creaked but under the strain. At the same time, the heat and pain from when Yuki had stabbed me came rushing back. And the feeling of coughing up blood, the feeling of my life flowing out of me, and despair shouting my heart.
そんなの
I can't.
無理です
I
よ。
couldn't bear that.
私
That's
には
why.
耐えられないです。だからだから
That's why. I
私
made a
はこ
new
うして
world for
新しい
you.
世界を作
A
ったん
world
で
with
す。
the happiness you
ク
wished
ルさ
for.
んの望む幸せな世界を作ったんです。
I'm pausing here because I learned something about the term for happiness specifically in Japanese, shiawase. It means more specifically a lasting happiness rather than just oh, I'm happy in this current moment type thing. And she used shiawase, so anyways.
このままこの世界にいた方が
I know you'll
ク
be
ルさんは
happier
絶
if you
対に
stay
幸せ
here.
でいられるんです。
Yeah, versus Yurishi, which would normally be translated as just glad, which makes sense.
私だって
I,
私だ
I'll
って
be
その方
happier
が
too.
slowly. Like a slow-acting poison, all my negative emotions came welling forth to hold me back. It was fine to put on a brave face and say that I had to wake up from my dream. But if Uki was right, even if I did go back to the old world, my body would be half dead already. And Yui, my little sister. She'd been killed by the man I thought was my best friend, and now she was gone forever. Was there anything left for me in the real world? And there's nothing but cruelty and coldness. But in this world, I wasn't hurt at all. Yui was here too. And there was even a girl who loved me. Was there really any reason I had to go back? Yuki's voice was shaking. Tears were running down her pale white cheeks.
It's my fault. This is all my fault.
私のせい。
ウキ。
私は
Nikki started to speak, her head downcast. She told me about herself.
私は
When I was
まだ
little,
小さかった
Mom and
頃
Dad would take me
お
to
父
this
さんやお
strange
母さんに
place.
連れられて不思議なそこでは
And there were a lot of
た
people
くさん
there
の人たちがお
praying
祈りを
and
したり
meditating.
瞑想をしたりしていました。
I imagine it was some kind of religious facility. Evidently, her parents had been involved in some kind of cult.
お父さんとお母さんは
They were very
とて
strict
も
people,
厳しい人で
and they wouldn't tell me why I had
私
to
が
go
どう
there.
してそこ
And
に
I
行か
never
なければ
thought
いけ
it
な
was
いの
strange
か
that I did.
教えてはくれませんでしたし私もそれをおかしなことだって思ったりはしませんでした。ある日
One day, I was
私は
taken
あ
to
の地
that
下へと連れ
basement,
て行かれました。
and then right afterward,
そ
there
し
was
て
that big
その後
earthquake,
すぐに
and they
大きな
told me
地
that
震が
Mom and Dad had died.
お父さんとお母さんは死んだって言われました。両親の
I
他に
didn't
は
have any relatives
親戚は
beside
誰も
them,
いなくて
so I had nowhere to
行
go.
くところのなくなっ
So
て
I
しまっ
stayed
た
down in
私
that
は
basement, taking
あの
care of
地下
the
の部屋
people
で
there.
皆さんの面倒を見るようになりました。それも
To me,
私にとって
this was
は
all normal.
当然の
I
成り
never
行きで
wondered why I had to
ど
do
うして
it.
こんなことをしなければいけないのかなんて疑問に思うことはありませんでした。
I remembered when I took her out of that basement. She'd been there since she was very little, and had been everything she had.
いろいろとお世
And
話をし
whenever
て
I
いると
helped them,
皆
they
さ
would
んは
always say,
ありがとう
"Thank
って
you."
言ってくれました。その言
And
葉を
when I
聞く
heard
と
those words,
とても
I
嬉
felt
し
so
くて
happy and so
すごく
warm.
優しい気持ちになれました。
I would tell
この人
myself
た
that
ち
they
は
needed me,
私を必
and
要
that they
と
were
思って
counting
く
on
れて
me,
るんだ。
and that made me very
私のことを
happy.
頼ってくれてるんだ。そう思うととても温かい気持ちになれました。
Squints. Okay, I can understand why it got translated as happy here, but like the adjective she actually used for that ending part was itatakai, which means like warm. So, once again, understandable why they went for happy, but staring at you, Japanese. For young Yuki, being needed was the only way she felt she had any value in the world. I could see that from how hard she worked at Alba Dorm. That desire to be needed was the only thing that kept her going.
私は
It makes me
私の
happy
周
when
り
the
にいる人
people
が
around me
幸
are
せになって
happy.
くれることが嬉し
Instead
い
of
んです。
making myself happy,
私が
I'd
幸
rather
せ
make
に
the
なるこ
people
とより
around
も
me happy.
誰かが幸せになるその方が私にとってはとても嬉しいことなんです。誰かに
I
幸
want
せに
someone
な
to
って
be
ほしい
happy. I want to
誰
make
かを
someone
幸せにし
happy.
たい
I want
あ
them
り
to
がと
smile
うっ
and
て
say,
笑っても
"Thank
らい
you."
たい。私は
And that's why I was
きっと
born.
そのために生まれ
But
たんです
then,
それなのに
Her round eyes filled with tears again.
なのに
but then I
私は
hurt you.
タクルさんにあんなことを私のせい
And
で
because of me,
タ
you,
クルさんは
you,
タクルさんは私
I
は
made you
タ
unhappy,
クルさんを不幸
Takuri-san.
にしてしまったん
I
です。
can't make you happy in the real
私
world
にはもう
anymore.
現実の世界でタクルさんを幸せにすることはできません。
But in this world, I can make you
こ
happy.
の世界なら
I can make you smile.
私はタクルさんのことを幸せにすることができます。タクルさんに笑ってもらったり、ありがとうって言ってもらえることができるんです。だから、
So
だから
please,
お願いします。
stay in this world
どうか
and help
こ
me
の世
make you
界で
happy.
タクルさんが幸せになるお手伝いをさせてください。
僕を幸
And you want
せ
to
に
make me happy?
ウキが
Yes.
And the meaning of Uki's world slowly sank in. Here I could be happy. Here I could smile. Here I would never have to suffer again.
タクルさん、
Yeah. Maybe it's okay to stay here. As soon as I started to think that, I began to feel incredibly tired again. Everything started to get hazy. I'm sure this is for the best. Nobody wants to suffer. And there's no difference between reality and delusion anyway. It's all just what your brain is showing you. So it's better to be happy.
タクルさん、
If I just let myself sleep.
私が守り
I'll
ます
watch
から。
over you.
あ
I'll
なた
watch
の
over you
幸せをずっ
and
と
keep you happy.
守っていきますから。
When I wake up, I'll be happy. Everything started to fade away. A tiny hand rubbed my back. It was Yuki's hand, gentle and warm. It would keep me safe. So that.
そう
Yeah,
だな
that's right. If Yuki will make me happy, that's fine with me.
よかった
I'm
です。
glad.
Sweet, a gentle darkness slowly enveloped me. When something bad happens, I can just look away from it. I can hide myself in my own little world and just not look at it. Trying to deal with bad things will only make me miserable. And what's wrong with that? There's nothing in my life worth going through all that for. I can just let things pass me by. If I can have fun and be happy, what could be better? Everything will be alright. I can live here. Uki is saying she'll do everything she can for me. I can't turn down her kindness. This is fine. Nothing's wrong with staying here. Everything will be alright.
そう、
Yes.
それでいいんです。
Everything is going to be alright.
Everything's alright. In the end, this world is mine anyway. It's only what I perceive, what I feel, what I know. So I can do what I want, or just do what I want. I won't bother anybody else. I can just forget everything, and let Uki take care of it. And then I fell. I fell toward an infinite abyss. Toward a happy world that only belonged to me. One I would never want to leave.
おやすみなさい。
Good night,
タクル
Takure-san.
さん、
Sweet
素
dreams.
敵な夢を。
There it is, bad end 4. That was a long one from a bad end. Just like that, though, we got all the bad endings from this route out of the way. So next time we can focus on getting the proper Uki route and the Serika ending from this as well. And then we'll just have the true end. Fuck. Crazy. I was crazy once. Okay, anyways. Man, that went on longer than I was expecting to. Like, immediately part of why I went for as long as I did was because I wasted 2 hours trying to get on the route proper. But anyways, let's find someone to raid. A lot of people are streaming Repo. Well, apparently we have repo in our shared library. I think we only have the one copy though, so we can't play it together, but I could probably play it with some friends, perhaps some other friends specifically, I guess, because it's not like you're not a friend of mine. I don't think we would have a shared Steam library if we were not friends. That would be weird. Okay, let's narrow this down to just who I'm following. Oh, Bagel Rabbit is doing more violin and yapping. Fuck it, let's raid into Bagel Rabbit. I think they haven't streamed since they did their Trans Lifeline raid train portion. I'm good at words. Oh, this seems like they're currently playing Ping Pony Club. I don't know if they'll still be playing it by the time we raid into them, but you know, c'est la vie. But I'll go ahead and start the raid. There we go. Thank you guys so much for joining as always. I do appreciate it. Peachy, well, you did miss a lot. I think that like Bad End did kind of recap how it started, so like you probably aren't missing too much information, all things considered, other than there was just a lot of bad endings. I would recommend that you still watch the VOD or the edited video, probably the edited video. But that aside, we're almost done with Chaos Child. That's so weird, man. And apparently Anonymous Code is like the shortest science adventure game as far as I could tell. I forgot to check to see how long Chaos Head is, but like compared to like all the Steins Gates and Robotics Notes even, it's shorter for sure, so that'll be a time when we get to that. But yeah, I will catch you all next time. Tomorrow I'll be doing various mini games from an indie dev with Bear, so that'll be interesting. But yeah, pretty much otherwise, same old, same old. I'm gonna stop yapping because you guys are gonna get sent over soon. But bye. Blah, blah.